Great, good morning. Quincy. Good morning, Megan. Okay, this is a rough start today. Good morning. You guys want to go outside? Reagan, slow going today. Quincy? Okay. Wait, I will give you the rubs if you let me rub you. Good morning. Good morning. Are you ready to go outside? You want the belly rubs too? Good morning. Good morning. Can you get up? No, one more belly rub and then we gotta go. Okay, come on. Good boy. Good morning. Everybody is so slow today. Good stretch, Reagan. Quincy, are you ready? Huh? Are you ready? Are you ready? Yes? Okay, let's go. Get out of his face. Go first. Go. Okay, I'll go. Okay, good morning, everybody. Is it as cold out here as it was yesterday? Oh my God, I can already tell. Tell me. Oh, there's no wind. Listen, please go. Go out there. Get going. Thank you. Standing around like looking at me. Sir, go do your business. All right. Hi, how's everybody? Sorry we got a late start today. I will fill you all in a minute, per usual. Let me go find my wallet and my keys. I say go find. They're always in the same spot. And people who don't put their things in the same spot are maniacs. Good morning, Genji. Good morning, Genji. Hold on. Cheech wanted to know about my emotional support fish. Morning, Genji. I got myself a beta fish when Julia moved out. She's currently asleep and doesn't even realize I just fed her. My dogs are barking. It's the chaos. What is the chaos? What's going on out here? Oh, Quincy is posted up, legs back. Obviously, there's some sort of thing, some sort of animal. It is a plastic bag blowing across my neighbor's lawn. That's not a good sign. That means like somebody's trash is blowing around in the neighborhood. My neighbor has a crazy lawn. It's like a carpet. He has no kids and he's retired. So, as you can imagine, all he does is work on his lawn. Sometimes I see him and he's out there with a very small brush around the edges. Okay, the dogs are done. Let's go so we can talk. Remind me to finish telling you about the emotional support fish. We're not going to play. We're just going to come in now that you're done. Come on, Reagan. You can go out when I get back. Hi. Why are you dirty? What did you do? Go ahead. I already have a feeling when I go outside, there's going to be trash everywhere. Stand by. Okay. All right. I'll be right back. Good morning, Gingy. Okay. Also, as cold as it is, I'm not wearing a coat. Just get me in the car. It's actually not as cold as yesterday. All right, it's not bad. So it's trash amnesty this week. The best day of the year. So that means we have a lot of trash bags with Christmas stuff. And everybody does. I'm looking around the neighborhood. Everybody has a ton of trash bags. Somebody clipped me talking about trash yesterday and like clipped it and then was like, trash, you're trash. I'm like, what? All right, let me give you some, seat warmer, steering wheel warmer, heat. All right, let's check off the list in my head. Cheech, I have an emotional support fish. When Julia was leaving, it was the weekend she was leaving, we were out getting some things and shopping, and we stopped at Petco, and I got a betta fish, but I got a female, so she's not like plumy. She doesn't have like all the colors. Julia picked her out, and Georgia, they picked her out together. She's white, and she's pretty. And I had this big 15, is it a big 15? I had a 15-gallon tank. It's got to be 15. I don't know. It's not big. It's just right on my counter. And I bought the fish, and it's like symbolic of Julia still being here and me caring for her every day. It's just a thing. It was my emotional support fish. And the girls picked her up. She's white. She's white. She's pearly. And we named her Ginger after Ginger from Casino, my favorite movie. I have winter coats. I have the only time in my life I've ever bought anything that an online influencer has ever posted. There's a woman, her name it used to be Mrs. Coco Wise, Wyse. And I haven't been to her account on Instagram in forever because I know she got divorced, which was crazy. I wonder what she's doing lately. But she was married to a doctor, and they were Wise, like the Chip Wise family, and they had money, but she was frugal. And she used to find the most expensive things when they were on sale. And she would post the link. And, like if you were an avid follower, you got the link right away and then you could get it before they sold out. She posted 2 different things that I bought and went all in on. And it's crazy, but they're kind of like still a big deal in my family. One thing is she posted these sweatshirts by this company called Necatano, and they were these big, thick sweatshirts with these rope, like strings around the neck, very, very thick and plush. Well, Necatano was going out of business, and I bought like 5 of them. They were like $20, and they were like usually very expensive. And Jeff has 2 of them, and I have 2, and Julia has 1. But I still have my Necatanos, and they're great. And the other thing she posted was Ann Taylor. Is it Ann Taylor? Who the fuck is this coat from now that I'm thinking about it? It's an Ann Taylor coat. It is a winter coat. It is like, I don't know how to describe what's the style. So it's it's like a dressy coat. So like the long wool coats with the collar and the pockets, right? But it's a pale pink, but it is thick as fuck. And it was like $20, and this was like $179 coat. It was on clearance and then we had a code, and it was like $25. And I bought it, and even TT went to buy it and it was sold out. It's a long coat. It goes down to like mid calf. It's pink. I feel like I should go in and show it to you, but I'll show you. It's hanging in the foyer, but I'll show it to you when we go in. But that coat, it replaced another iconic coat of mine. I had a long red wool coat that had these like bronze buttons on it that I absolutely adored, and I fucking lost it. And to this day, I have no idea where it is. It haunts me. I just don't know where it is. Anyway, if I'm correct, there's a picture of me wearing the red coat when I met Senator John McCain. He was running for president and he came to Boston. And I got pulled aside by his campaign team to meet him. There's a picture of me and Julia. She was little. I took her out of school for the day, and the school was like, "Were you sick?" And Julia's like, "No, I went to Boston with my mom." And the principal messaged me and was like, "This isn't an acceptable reason for your daughter to miss school." And I was like, "We went to fucking go meet a presidential candidate. Like, get bent." It was like more she'd ever learn than she was going to learn in school that day as a 9-year-old. Thank you. Um, anyway, there's a picture of me, I believe, with John McCain on that day, and I'm wearing the red coat. That coat is gone. It has since been replaced by the pink coat, which I absolutely love. But in the winter, I mean, this year I've been pulling the mink, the fur, I've been wearing the fur. All right. I mean, I got into an argument with Jeffrey yesterday, and just so you know, I share everything with you guys at the expense of knowing that Brian will most likely be clipping this and sharing it. But if Brian had a husband, I suspect he would be talking about him as well, or a wife, or anything for that matter. Bri. I got into an argument with Jeff yesterday, and it is literally like if this was a movie and it were playing out in real, like you'd be like screaming at the screen. So as you know, yesterday on my way out the door, I'm going to skip that part. Hold on. I'm also in a situation right now where my son slept out last night, and I know that people are going to get on me for this, and I don't really care. So you can drag me for it, whatever you want. Only recently, like this is the second time, have I let my son sleep out this year. Okay. And if I'm being very honest, Julia did not sleep out during high school as well. I'm very sorry. If that's strict or if I'm a loser, I don't really care. I don't let my kids sleep out during high school at a friend's house. I'm sorry, at a friend's house. Like girlfriend's house, they can sleep out, right? If Jack had slept, guys don't sleep at guys' houses. I don't know. Jack's friends just didn't do that. Jack slept out at his girlfriend's house last night, and that was because there was a small party going on. And listen, he lives at home and goes to school, commutes to college, and so it's a little different. I just basically, whenever it comes time to make a decision, at this point, I have to go, okay, what was it like when Julie, wow, look at them with trash amnesty. They got like 20 fucking bags outside. Good for you. Like if Julie was away in college, I would not know if she was sleeping at Aiden's frat house. Like that's just life. You know what I mean? And so this is the second time Jack is like, I'm would like to sleep out. And, it's a little bit different because he's here. You know what I mean? And so away at college, out of sight, you don't see it. Here, it's weird not having my son home. Like, I don't know. It's just weird. He's 19. He's going to be 20. He goes to college, and his girlfriend had a party, and he slept over. That was it. It's very weird for me. And I'm sure over time it'll get easier because it happened with Julia plenty of times after she came home from college that she would sleep at her boyfriend's house. It's just difficult. That's all I'm saying. It's weird. Waking up, my son not being in the bed is strange. It's only the second time. I'm sure we will no Linus Society. I'm sure it'll get easier. My son is not a drinker. He shouldn't be because he's 19 and he's not 21. Wink, wink, but he does not drink.
Thank you for choosing Society. How can I help you?
Hi, can I have a large iced white chocolate pistachio made with whole milk?
Anything else?
That's it.
You're all set.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
He's not a drinker. He's tried beer and he's fine. He's not a fan, but like, I think he's just going to be a lot like me when it comes to that. Like, not into substances, not into smoking, not into drinking. You know, I'm sure he'll get to a point where he's drunk at some point, but not me. I didn't have my first drink until I was 20, I think. So anyway, that's that. So Jack slept out last night. It's fine. So I get into an argument with Jeff yesterday. And if you guys remember, when I woke up yesterday, I went out to the car. I thought Jeff was supposed to be gone at work. Jeff was not at work. I came back in the house and called down to Jeff in the office. And Jeff was like, I'm sick. And I was like, oh, okay. And I was like, crazy for Jeff to not go to work. Like, he never goes to work. But when we came back from doing this ride, after we walked this walk, let's walk this walk. After we walked this walk, Jeff was dressed and he was getting into the car. And I talked to him for a minute. He's like, I'm just going to man up. I'm going to go. And I was like, okay. Now, he was gone all day. So I didn't think it. Listen, there are times when Jeff is sick and he doesn't go to work. It's rare. But he was out and he was at work. So in my mind, he's still functioning enough. Okay. When he came home, I was upstairs doing a live stream. I was reading my journalism. And I think I was live on it when he said, he texted. I heard the dogs barking. I was like, what's going on? And it was a text message and he sent to the family text. And he was like, I'm sick. My back hurts. Somebody let the dogs in. So I finished talking to all of you guys and I went downstairs. Well, before I did, I stopped and I was like, did you guys see the group text? And Jack was like, yeah, we got the dogs. And I was like, okay. And I guess how it worked was Jeff came home, he let the dogs out and he forgot to let the dogs in. So he texted, Jack went and got them or whatever. I went downstairs and Jeff was sleeping. So I went upstairs. Jack left. Georgia, feeling better, but not like ready to function in society, was getting picked up by her friend's mom in her pajamas because the friend was also sick or getting over being sick. And they were just going to hang out together and exchange Christmas presents. And obviously Julia doesn't live here anymore. So nobody is around. Jack is gone. Georgia is gone. Jeff is sleeping. I was upstairs. I was watching Netflix on my new TV, staying away from the sickness. And I then went into the office and was working like on a story. Nobody's around. Jeff texted me and he goes, are you making dinner? And I was like, oh, I didn't know that you were up. How are you feeling? Like, are you going to eat? Like, what do you need for dinner tonight? Is fish and potatoes and Brussels sprouts. If you want it, I will make it, but the kids are not here. So let me know. Now, occasionally, if the house is empty and there's nobody around, this is a new thing for us. We will have to make a decision. Are we cooking a big meal? Is there frozen stuff we can eat? Like, where are we at? And the next thing I heard from him was, I'm going to take out the trash and I'll just make something for myself. Okay. And I stayed upstairs. Like, I didn't go downstairs. I don't want to get sick. Everything seemed fine. I leave at 9:30 to go get Georgia. And when I come back, I say, if Jeff is awake on the couch, tell him I'm going to run to Sonic to get a cherry limeade. And if he wants anything to eat from there, to text me. And so he doesn't respond. So I go, I grab a soda, I come back. But before I come back, I realize I left something of mine is in his work truck. So I call him and he doesn't answer. I call him again. He doesn't answer. I'm going, that's okay. Like, he's not answering deliberately. I walk in the house and he's awake. And I was like, why are you not picking up your phone? And he's like, I don't know. You weren't paying attention to me all day. And I was like, Jeffrey, basically everything I just told you, I reiterated to him. And he was like, when you're sick, the world stops. When I'm sick, I've got to let out the dogs. I was like, dude, do not fucking yell at me right now. Like, do not yell at me. Basically, don't yell at me. Like, this is a complete misunderstanding on your part. I'm staying away from you. Nobody's here. There's absolutely no reason to be yelling at me right now. And his yelling was beyond disproportionate to what was happening. And listen, I've been married to Jeff for many, many, many years. This is very symptomatic of Jeffrey being sick. Despite like my rants in the morning, I generally start every day with peace. Jeffrey starts every day an accelerated level of anger. You besties don't see that, but like, I think you saw it one time on a Saturday show where Jeff is like it's, you guys are lucky, like you don't get to see it, but like Jeff can be a prick, you know what I mean? And I thought like I was just basically avoiding him. I don't want to get sick. I've dodged the sick bullet with Georgia, even though I was Nurse Nightingale for fucking 4 days. Like, I don't need to be near you. You're an adult. Also, I don't ask for anybody to do anything for me when I'm sick other than to leave me the fuck alone. Like, go cook your own food, go clean your own shit. So I guess through the yelling, what I understood is that the dogs did not get fed, but that's also Jeffrey's job. And at this point, there was nothing that indicated, I don't know. Like, basically, all of this could have been done by him texting me and saying, I'm going to fall asleep. Can you make sure you feed the dogs and, whatever. But what I ended up getting out of this was he had to take out the trash, and it's trash amnesty. And this was an arduous task. And Jack had left. Now, had he told me this, I would have had Jack go out with him. But like I said, I was live, whatever. And then he took a hit at my live streaming. And he was like, go do one of your videos. And I was like, oh, okay, sure. So, sir, do not say anything about my quote unquote videos. You cannot say anything. Or when I get a paycheck in January, you don't get to see any of the money. Like, we are not having this argument right now. And it's ironic because there's plenty of times where Jeff talks about it and he's just like, this is what you're meant to do. But listen, man, that was below the belt. Below the belt. I'm very sorry. At that point, Jeff got up from the couch and he was like going to be like stomping around, and he knocked over a can of soda that was on the coffee table, and it spilled directly onto the carpet. Like, it was as if you just poured it out, like one for me, one for my homies. Like, there was no like, it wasn't like, it just poured directly onto the floor. Hold on. Let's get our coffee. Good morning. Here you go. All set. Thank you. Oh, your hair looks great.
Thank you.
Did you get it done?
Just yesterday.
Oh, it looks really good.
Do you want a straw?
No, thanks.
Have a good one.
You too. Oh, her hair looks great. Oh, it looks really good. This looks like she got straightened and colored and so in my opinion, yesterday we had too much pistachio, today not enough. This whole thing could have just been handled with a simple either face-to-face phone call or text message between my husband and I. He could have said, I am down, never gave me an update on a sickness. Apparently that's the crux of all this. I did not ask. That is the crux. Listen, nobody comes and asks me. I tell people, I'm sick. I'm going up to my room. Do not bother me. Take care of yourselves. Feed yourselves. Clean the house. That's it. Don't bother me. I will be up here until further notice. Jeffrey did not do that. Jeffrey seemed to present as a semi-high functioning individual, went to work, let the dogs out. I don't know where we're at. What level of sickness are we at, Jeffrey? Let me know where we're at. I asked Jeff, do you need Tylenol? He goes, no, I don't need anything. Okay, how the fuck am I supposed to know? He wants the same treatment that I gave Georgia. Probably. But Georgia was in her room and didn't do anything. Jeffrey was out. I don't know. Like, okay, like, I'm not going to give him this because, like, I'm just not, because there's no excuse for it. The anger is ridiculous. But let it be known, there was no reason for me to not take care of him if he needed it. Jeff had COVID and I did nothing for him. He's just very cranky. He took a shot at my videos. How dare? How dare? Also, I was wondering, somebody just said, I was wondering when he was going to use the videos. That has only come up one other time. And listen, this will be a dynamic in my household. And I'm trying to think about this, but so of all of the other YouTube content creators, I'm not sure, like in our realm. So I guess we'd have to think about this. Maybe Kim is probably the only one, because Kim's married, right? So Kim, and she has kids. So like, I'm wondering when it's going to become problematic. Like, everything about doing this can't be great all the time at this point. So far, like, the worst part of what I do in the realm that I'm in right now is online hate. And as you know, that does not affect me. I can certainly have days, but like, we'll talk about that in a minute. But, you know, the biggest side effects to doing this channel is online haters, like parody accounts and people that call me fat all the time, and Brian LTL and his weird obsession. Like, that's a downside to this. But like, in real life, there hasn't really been a downside. You know, like, in reality, I have a very interesting career right now. I talk on the internet, and it seems, by the way, from every piece of analytical data that I get, the only thing that everybody really truly enjoys is when I do this, like when I just talk about my life. Like, it's like some sort of like reality TV aspect, I guess. And so for me, the downsides haven't, when's the other shoe going to drop at this point? Like, when is the bad stuff going to happen? And I think, you know, there's some truth to what Jeff said, and there must be some resentment that Jeff has to go to a regular job every day. And I don't go to a regular job, and I have a ton of freedom, and I have a lot of, I wouldn't say downtime. I am fairly obsessed with news. And so I'm constantly, you know, doing newsy things. And when I am writing stories, they're all encompassing, and I really have a problem stepping away from it until it's done. But I think, you know, it sounded like a little resentment there. And I will say that the month of December today's the 31st. For the month of December, I made more money than my husband did.
and he knows that. So I don't think it's a coincidence that he is now maybe feeling some sort of a resentment situation. And I have to figure out, how do we deal with that? In my opinion, the way we deal with that is we make sure that my husband gets to enjoy the benefits of this. And so I have to pay a little bit more attention to it. Do you know what I mean? Like when Jeff and I moved back to Somerset and moved into this house, we both had almost the same style career. Jeff worked for Comcast at the time. He doesn't now. So don't try it. And I worked for Bank of America, and we both had 9 to 5s. And we made moderate money. And everything was the same. And I think, I always have to try to take into consideration that when I met Jeff, I wasn't working. I had just left my career at Victoria's Secret. I was, had gone through a separation with my ex. I had lost my home to foreclosure. I had little kids, and we were figuring, basically Jeff came into my life, and I was like, this is how my life is going to go. I'm not working. Okay. I stay home and I raise my children. And I was able to do that because of my ex financing that. Julia's dad financed that. That is just life. When I worked, I was with Jack and George's dad. He didn't work, so I had to work, but I still received child support. I just let it be known, Julia's dad was not happy with that arrangement. In his eyes, he was paying me to be a stay-at-home parent for his daughter. And when Jack and George's dad didn't go to work, and that forced me to go back to work at Victoria's Secret, Ron was not thrilled with that. And we had many conversations about him saying, this is not what I wanted for our daughter. And I can't control what you're doing here. But like the plan always was, I'm paying you enough money. So basically he was paying me enough money where it was like I was working. But when my ex wasn't working, that wasn't enough. And so I was working full time. So when I met Jeff, I had a ton of cash that allowed me to live for a year, essentially, without working. I cashed in a bunch of stuff I had. I got a big chunk of money from Victoria's Secret because I cashed in all of my vacation time. I was getting unemployment because they allowed me to leave because I had to separate from Jack and George's dad, and I didn't have daycare. And so it was like, hold on, I was just ready to turn here. So when I met Jeff, I was like, so this is the life that I really ideally would like to be leading. Like, how are you with this? And Jeff was like, okay. You know what I mean? Like, okay. So for the most part, I did that. But when we moved to Somerset and we got this house, we both needed to work. And so everything was going great and fine until I got sick. And I know I talk about lupus all the time, but I didn't talk about that. I started to get like these pains in my stomach. This is a good story. So I'm working at Bank of America. I'm killing it over there. I'm doing really great. Jeff is doing well at his job, and I'm bonusing like crazy. And I financed a trip to the Outer Banks for the whole family. I rented like this really expensive place, and not expensive, but like it was very nice. And so, but I'm at work, and like over the course, I know people are going to come at me for this. I already can tell. Just give me a minute. I'm getting like this pain in my stomach on my side, and I'm like, oh, I'm dying. So I go to the doctor, the walk-in at night one night, and I was like, after I put everybody to bed, I go to the doctor, to the walk-in at the ER, and they do like a scan of my stomach, and they were like, it looks like you have a pretty big cyst on your ovary on the right-hand side. And I was like, ugh. And they were like, these things will probably go away. or whatever on their own, but schedule an appointment with your OBGYN. And I'm going to be honest with you. I was like, it's just a cyst. No big deal. We've got to work. We've got work. We've got to work. So, I basically just let me get the words out. I would wake up in the morning in significant pain. The first thing I would do was I would take 2 Aleve. Okay. Sometimes 3 Aleve. And the pain would go away. And then by mid-morning, the pain would be coming back and I would take 2 more Aleve. Okay. I know. Then I would be leaving work and I would push through it until I got home and I would take 2 more Aleve, make dinner, and then I would go to bed and take 2 more Aleve. This went on for months, okay? And I was so caught up in my life. My kids were smaller. I had a kid in elementary school, middle school, and high school. I had a job. It was just, I could not take the time out of work. I just couldn't. However, at this point, after months, assumed something was wrong. And we went on this trip to the Outer Banks, and that was pretty much it for me. I was like, I cannot handle this pain anymore. Cyst is not going away. Okay. And also, yes, I Googled it, but I was clearly taking too much Aleve for a regular person. And I wasn't as fat as I am now, everybody. So it was just not good. So when I came back, I told my boss, I'm going to take a day out of work. I've got to go to the doctor. So I go to my OBGYN and he's like, okay, let's do a sonogram or whatever of your cyst and let's take a look at it. And he's like, there's no cyst. And I was like, what are you talking about? I went on the ER and he pulls my ER stuff and he sees the cyst and he goes, yeah, but that cyst's not there anymore. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, what is going on? And he's like, I don't know. He said, but this pain is obviously not normal. And we're going to have to schedule like a surgery to go in like laparoscopically and take a look at what's going on. So I was like, I can't do that right now because like, how long he's like, it's just going to be a day and then you can take a day out of work to recover from it and we'll see what's going on. But in my mind, I was afraid of what he was going to find. And so I was like, okay, what if I'm out of work for a little bit of time, whatever. So I went back to work and another lady who worked in my office had just had a surgery and she wasn't coming back for like 3 weeks. And I couldn't leave because basically I was getting all of the accounts while she was gone because instead of running with 2 account representatives like in their offices, there was only 1. So I was killing it. I was making so much money. I was doing really well. I wasn't stealing her clients, but the walk-in ones, you know what I mean? Like I was servicing clients and it was a very fucking profitable time for me. And so I waited until this bitch came back. And the day she came back was the first day that I was out. And I call my doctor and I say, okay, I'm ready to have the surgery. And he's like, you cannot take Aleve anymore. And I was like, what am I going to do for pain? And he's like, that is terrible for your stomach. It's terrible for your kidneys. Stop it. Was not diagnosed with lupus at the time. And I was like, well, what do I do? And this man wrote me a script for Vicodin. And he's like, I'm going to take you out of work. He's like, take a Vicodin if you have pain. And I'm going, oh, no, we don't do pain pills in my house. And he's like, you can't take Aleve anymore. Like it's done. So for 4 days, I think I was at home and getting ready to go in for like this quick little surgery. And I remember sitting on a chair in the foyer and like drool coming out of my mouth because one Vicodin knocked me on my fucking feet. I'm a baby. So I was like, blah. So it was like 4 days of no pain, but also being a vegetable. And so this life is not for me. So at this point, I do basically everything I do. Like we need to handle this head on. We need to figure out what's wrong. If I have cancer, so be it. Like, let's just get this over with. And my health anxieties were through the roof because I don't want to know what's wrong at this point. But I'm not saying I'm at the prime of my life at this time, because I feel like I'm in the prime of my life right now. But this was a really great time in my life. Everything was going perfectly with no problems. Everything was just regular, normal family. And I go in for the surgery. I wake up from the surgery. They just went in and looked. And my doctor said, he's like, you have endometriosis. And I was like, what's that? And he's like, endometriosis. And I was like, I don't know what that is. And he's like, stage 4. And I was like, what is that? Like, I don't know, like bad periods. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I thought it was. So that's when I learned that I had endometriosis and that I had it pretty badly. And I feel as if it came out of nowhere. I know that there are some people that struggle with pain their whole lives and they never get diagnosed. I was very lucky. I was only having this pain for about 5 or 6 months. And I mean, I always had bad periods, but it was debilitating for like 5 or 6 months. I worked through all that pain. And he was like, you have to have surgery. And I was like, okay. So basically, instead of doing a surgery where they go in laparoscopically and they kind of take out all of this tissue, my doctor said that it was so severe that they were going to have to do an abdominal surgery. So like a C-section, because the tissue, the endometriosis tissue, was so extensive. It had attached itself pretty much everywhere. Which explained why I was having pain like under my lungs. Like it was pretty much everywhere. And the only real way to ensure that they would get almost all of it out was through like a full abdominal surgery. And so I was like, do I have options? And he was like, listen, we can put you on this thing called Lupron, and it can maybe lessen the effects. He's like, but this will be with you until you remove it. And I was like, I didn't want to have surgery. So I was like, let me try the Lupron thing. And he was like, I don't recommend it, but like, I see what you're saying if you don't want to have the surgery. But he was basically like, you can do this, but you're going to be back here. So don't fuck around. And I was like, I'm not having abdominal surgery. Like, I don't want to do this. And so I do the Lupron shot. I'm out of work for the whole month. He takes me out of work. And the Lupron shot, basically, still don't know what it is, but what is it? It's like, it basically tricks your body into thinking you're pregnant. Right. And so I remember like the second or third day, I got like a hot flash and I was like, I don't want to do this anymore either. And I don't want to do this shot. I don't like medicine. I don't want to do it. And so basically I was like, okay, we're going to do the surgery. So this was in December. I made the decision. So October, I had the first little surgery, figured out what was going on. He took me out of work. I did the whole month of November out of work with the Lupron. In December, he took me off the Lupron and he said, do you want to try to go back to work? And I said, yes, like I need money. You know what I mean? Like I was getting paid, but like I wanted my bonus money. So I went to work for 1 week, but keep in mind, no leave and no drugs. So as you can imagine, it didn't last very long. I was there for a week and I couldn't fucking handle the pain. I was doubled over. It was stupid to be there. I couldn't do anything. So he took me out of work. I had my surgery scheduled for January. We did the surgery, and I remember waking up, and my doctor was great. I love my doctor. His name is Dr. Ali, and he delivered all my children. And when I opened my eyes, he was the first person I saw. And I was like, hi. And he's like, hi. And I said, how'd it go? And he said, It was really a lot. And I said, okay. And he said, it was everywhere. And I was like, oh. And he's like, but I think I got all of it out. And I was like, okay. And he's like, but we had to, and he had warned me about this anyway. I knew that it was a possibility. And he said, we had to take out your uterus. And I was like crying. I was like, okay. He's like, and we had to take out an ovary. And I was like, what? And he was like, it was covered. Like we couldn't save it. And I was like, okay. And so, I woke up thinking never thought that was going to happen. I thought they were just going to take out all of it and that was going to be it. But I woke up with a hysterectomy and it was terrible. And yeah, it was so sad. Yeah. So, everything was good. I had everything was good. And I came home. But after a couple of days, I had a fever and I knew something wasn't right. And I went back to the hospital, to my doctor. I went with a fever and my mom brought me, and I just thought he was just going to check on me or whatever. And he, I was right there at his doctor's office and I had a high fever. And so he sent me straight to the ER. And basically he said, we thought that there might've been an infection, from the surgery or whatever. So, risk surgery or whatever. So I get in and they do a scan. And actually one of the funniest hospital stories of all time happened as a result of this. But they get me in and they do a sonogram or whatever of my stomach. And they think that there is a pocket of something inside my stomach. Like it looks like a pocket of liquid. And they're basically saying, we've got to see if this is a pocket of like an infected pocket or whatever. So I was like, okay. So this is crazy because they can't open you back up because I literally just had surgery less than a week ago. So what they wanted to do was what they wanted to do is they wanted to go in and stick a needle into the pocket of whatever was being shown on the scan and extract from it the liquid that was there to see if this was indeed infected. Okay. So keep in mind, it's a couple days after surgery. I could still barely even walk or whatever. Like, I'm sore from, it basically was like a C-section. They actually did the surgery exactly where my C-section was or whatever. So I'm recovering from that. And now they are basically saying, we think you have a pocket of some sort of infection in your abdomen. And we're going to have to take a needle and go in and extract from there what is going on and then test it and see, because you have a high fever. And I was like, okay. So the doctor who's going to perform this thing says to me, based on where we see this pocket, we can't go in through your abdomen. We're going to go in through your butt. Now, listen, I just want to let you know, I was like, okay. I have a very thick ass and I don't think that you're going to be able to get through it. And he's like, don't worry about it. But here's the catch. They were going to have to put this needle in slowly, a little bit at a time, and then put me inside a MRI machine and take a picture to see where it was, and then take me back out and put it in a little bit more, and then slide me back in and take a picture and see where we are. Okay. so this was like a process. Looking back on this, and maybe the chat will be able to figure this out, but like I thought this was pretty crazy. Like just fucking open me back up and look and see if there's an infection there. But this is the process. Okay. So they take me downstairs and I'm not feeling well, but I'm feeling a little bit better. And so we go into the room where it's got to be an MRI or a CAT scan. I don't know, but it's a big one. It's tall because they got to fit me like with this needle in. And so the needle is on the side of me. I almost threw up. Okay. I'm not kidding. We're talking like this needle is like, it's long. So obviously they're going to make it so I can't feel anything. So they give me the drugs and I'm awake, but I can't feel anything. What is it? They blocked it. Like, I don't know. I'm blocked. I'm sorry. This is a lot for the morning, but you have to hear what happens. So I'm on my belly and I'm joking with the lady. And I was like, have you looked at my ass though? And she goes, honey, it's okay. You're not fat. And I was like, no, it's not that I'm fat. I have a very thick ass. Like it's not a normal ass. Nerve block. Thank you. So she lifts up my Johnny and she puts her hand on my butt with her glove and she smacks it and she goes, we can get through this. And I went, okay. I said, and I'm joking. And I was like, I just wanted to say, because like I've existed with this ass for a long time and it's not a normal one. Like I'm just saying, like, listen, I know that there was an account on Twitter and it was exclusively of my ass and I weigh more today than I ever have. And that is obvious. And my ass doesn't look like it's anything right now, but 30 pounds ago, I'm thinner everywhere but my ass. My ass essentially is still like there's a girl, hold on, we're going to get to the thing, but there's a girl on Facebook and she's a raging lib in Fall River. Her name is Melissa Costa and she has somehow made it over to Twitter and she's actually been on Twitter for a couple years and she's been chirping and nobody knows who she is. So you guys will probably find her. And she's been like in cahoots lately with like Altman on Altman's Facebook page. And now she's moved over to Twitter and she's like throwing some shit about me out there or whatever. And I basically just put a picture of her. She's from Fall River, but she went out to New York to go do campaign literature drops for Zohan Mondami. Okay. So that's how far liberal this woman is. So like on a cellular level, she and I are not the same. But anyway, someone sent me a screenshot that she posted a picture of my ass on the Twitter account. And I just want to let you know that this picture of my ass is one of my favorite pictures that of all existence. I was getting ready to go out with Jeff for the night and he texted me, he's like, what are you wearing? And I took a picture in the bathroom mirror and it was my favorite shirt. It has like, I think I've worn it on one of my shows. It has lace and I have just a pair of white underwear on and it's a side view and it's my ass. And my ass is like, it's perfect. It's so cute. And so what I'm getting at is when I am thinner, my ass is still thick and big. And so back to the story. So I'm on my belly and the lady is explaining to me, like, this is what we're going to do. Now I'm a little woozy because just the idea of this needle going into my stomach. Did somebody say it looked good? Have you seen it? Okay. It's out there on the internet. You can see it. I remember Anthony Amore, my friend who ran for state auditor. I posted it on my Facebook page one day and I was like, kiss my ass. You've seen that picture? And Anthony texted me and he was like, take that down. And I was like, what? And he goes, nobody will take you seriously with that picture on your Facebook. And I took it down and it's never been seen again. It might be time to bring it back up. It's on X. Love that for me. Let's go. Okay. So there you go. You get what I'm dealing with here. So I was woozy and I really wasn't loving this. And so anyway, we're going to put this needle in a little bit and we're going to slide you in. And so we're going. And everything is fine. She's like, yep, we're going in. We're going to scan. Yep, we're doing well. We're doing well. And I hear them talking, and she's just like, I don't think we're going to reach it. And I started laughing right there on the table inside this machine. And I was like, I told you. And she was like, I don't think we can reach it. They tried to get this needle through my ass to this pocket inside my abdomen, and they couldn't reach it. And I was like, I fucking told you. You have no, and I'll never forget what I said. I was like, that is prime real estate back there. And I told you that it wasn't going to reach, that it is deceivingly thick. And they had to stop the whole procedure because it they couldn't get it. And so then they had no choice but to go through my abdomen, but they waited until the next day because that was so traumatic for me. And I remember telling TT what happened, and she was like, if I were there, that wouldn't have happened. I would have told them it wasn't going to work. But like this whole procedure was like over an hour, inching it in. TT does not have an ass like that. She never had. There's nobody in my family that has an ass like this. I don't know where it came from. It does. No, it's the number one reason why I won't go on Ozempic, because a big side effect to Ozempic is you get a flat ass, and I won't do it. Jeff refuses. We're not doing it. Yeah, so it just never made it. So they ended up waiting till the next day. They put me on an antibiotic. They did it through my front abdomen. And they determined that it was not an infection there, and then I had to stay in the hospital until my fever went down, which eventually it did. So that's that. I have the nickname Bubble Butt as well, which, you know, was a kind nickname as opposed to Porky, which was the other nickname I had. Hold on, I'm going to Ozempic giving flat everything: faces, asses, eyes, personality. TT's on Ozempic, and TT looks great, so I won't shit on Ozempic people. But Dr. Ali delivered your first, and Dr. Angel delivered your twins. Crazy story about Dr. Ali. I don't know if anybody knows that. Hold on, I'm gonna blow my nose. Hold on. Good morning, Amanda. I have two more stories about Dr. Ali. So, want to hear the craziest story about Dr. Ali? I'll tell it. When I was pregnant with my son, Jack, I worked at Coach in Providence Place Mall. And I was a manager there. And it was essentially Julia was in school. And I could work. I only had one child. So I was just looking for like mother's hours type thing. And so I went to go work at Coach part-time. And then they were like, you're so good. We really need you. Will you be a manager? And I was like, oh, okay, I'll do it. It was against my better judgment. But it was just Julia and I was dating Jack and George's dad. We didn't live together. And I was working at Coach, and I got pregnant. And then just before that. So anyway, I obviously getting pregnant, I left Coach, right? I wasn't going to stay. I don't like to work when I have children, let alone when I'm pregnant. And so I left Coach. And with that, I didn't have health insurance. And so I was in the process of applying for, I'm sorry, I've got that wrong. This is just going back 20 years, but I still had insurance through Coach. Maybe I was out like on a medical leave. Anyway, I still had insurance through Coach. But when it came down to having my baby, Coach dropped me from the insurance just a little while before I had Jack. To make a long story short, I had no insurance on the day I gave birth to my son. None. And for whatever reason, Dr. Ali was like, we'll worry about that later. I was like, okay. So he delivered my son He's always, my OBGYN, it's fine. But when I had Georgia, which was just less than 3 years later, I got pregnant with Georgia. When I went in, the nurse there, or the lady in the office, basically told me, she's like, you have a pretty substantial bill here from Jack's birth that was never covered with your insurance. And I was like, how much? And it was like $30,000. I was like, okay, now it's too late to listen, I'm sure they were sending me bills, but I just was like, I don't know what, I'll figure it out. Right. So I went in after my appointment with Dr. Ali. We would go into his office, and I was like, I have this bill with you. I said, is there a way we can finagle it? Like, and I don't know, like, how do we figure it out? And he was like, don't worry about it. And I was like, what? And he wiped the bill out right then and there. Yes, I blew my nose. I mute it, but like, I can't. He wiped the whole bill out right then and there. I never paid for it. He was like, don't worry about it. I love you. You're not worry about it. He's my favorite doctor of all time. Not because of that, but because I didn't have a father in my life like that took care of me or cared about me. And Dr. Ali gave me exceptional care. I don't know if he did it with other people, but in my mind he didn't. But like when I was in the hospital after I had that surgery, the one I talked about, he called from home. And I remember the nurse coming in, and she said, Dr. Ali just called from home. He's checking on you. And it was like 11:30 at night. Like, I always felt like he took exceptional care of me. And it's unmatched. I've never met anybody like that. The other thing too is Dr. Ali was much older when he did my hysterectomy, or went in to do the surgery for my endometriosis. And many people who I knew told me not to have Dr. Ali do it, and that he was older and I should get a younger doctor. And I did not want to do that. I trusted that man with everything. Absolutely not. I also suffered from postpartum depression after I had Jack, and Dr. Ali again took exceptional care of me. And so there was just no way. He was the one that was going to do it. I also felt like God would have a hand in that surgery as well. And so he guided Dr. Ali to make sure, that everything was going to be fine. So anyway, terrible story about Dr. Ali. Terrible. I'll tell you that now. So Dr. Ali has 2 daughters. One of them is an optometrist, and her office is actually, so Dr. Ali used to be in a building, Hanover Associates, and then his practice grew and grew and grew, and they built a huge building on New Boston Road in Fall River. And he and the OBGYN office were upstairs, but on the first floor was his daughter, and she was a optometrist, and absolutely stunning. Dr. Ali is Egyptian. I believe his wife was a doctor also in Egypt. And then they came here. Their daughters were absolutely stunning. They looked like supermodels. And so one daughter was an optometrist, and the other daughter was an anesthesiologist up in Boston. And the daughter who lived in Boston, who was an anesthesiologist, married a man who was in the military, and she had 2 twin boys with him. And I don't know their name. TT's not in the chat, but I know somebody would be able to find this very quickly. But she and her husband was an Iraqi war veteran, I believe, or Afghanistan war. And he had a head trauma, and a bomb blew up, I believe, and he had head trauma. And there were a couple of documentaries done on them about like him coming back from war, their marriage surviving what was obvious PTSD and obviously some physical situations or whatever. And there was a whole documentary done on them. I've read it. And it just talked about like him coming back and all of this stuff like that. And so they had 2 twin boys, but somewhere after that documentary, she filed for divorce, and she claimed that he was being abusive. She also claimed that there was some sexual abuse on the twin boys. And I believe at first, and I don't have the details in front of me, but the divorce went through military court. Does that make sense? Is there a military court or something? I don't know what happened. But at first, she got custody of the children. She had custody of the children. She wanted out of the marriage. She said he was abusive. It happened when he came back from being overseas after this head injury. He wasn't the same. He was abusive. There were these things about sexual abuse with the boys, and it was just violent, and she wanted to leave the marriage. And somehow, some way, if I'm correct, this ended up being in a military court. And in a plot twist, they took the children from her. And she lost the children to him. And they moved with him to another state, and she was living here. And she only had limited contact with the boys. And it was devastating to her, and she killed herself. She brought back to her home like some sort of tank from the anesthesiology department, and she committed suicide. The loss of her children was too much for her, and she died. She killed herself. So that was Dr. Ali's daughter. And the other daughter, I believe, is still here. She still has her business, but it's a pretty shocking situation. Terrible situation. I don't know. I remember I sent Dr. Ali a card, but I've never brought it up to him. He's since retired. It's a very interesting story. It's very hard for me to find. Well, I'm sure I haven't Googled it in a long time, but with ChatGPT or whatever, it's probably easy to find. But it's a Boston anesthesiologist commit suicide. But once you find that, there's a link to the story about him and all of the stuff. It's a pretty crazy story. So yeah, this was a weird one. Everything involves medical and doctors today. For those, and then, so I have this whole theory too, that my health declined right after my endometriosis. I had never been the same. I went back to work, by the way. Check your email. Okay, I will. I went back to work after my surgery. This was 2019. Went back to work, but I never got to go back to my old branch in Somerset. When I went back, they sent me to other branches. I went to Westport to close that branch. And then I went to Fairhaven, and I started to get sick. And it was very shortly thereafter that I got diagnosed with lupus. Things took a turn. Like all of the symptoms of lupus started showing. I went to go see a really great doctor, Dr. Fisher. And I got diagnosed with lupus, and I started medication for that, tried that, and that didn't work. And then I eventually took a leave of absence from Bank of America to try to figure this out, try to handle it, try to see how I was going to deal with this. And then COVID happened. And so I never went back. Then that's when I started doing all of this stuff, whether it was WBSM on the radio, writing for Fall River Reporter, and this. And I guess the whole point of what I was getting at is, if my husband has some sort of resentment that this is a lucrative thing, it's really only the best possible thing I could do considering my medical stuff. TT tells me all the time, just go apply for like disability or whatever, and I would qualify instantly. And I will not do it. I refuse. There's something in my mind that clicks. I'm a loser if I do that. So being able to kind of like find a place for myself in a working world where I'm not, like, if I don't have a great day, like, you know, I will admit it does get to me sometimes when Brian Bardsley, also known as LTL or BLT, Brian Bardsley, his targeted attacks on me are really relentless. Yesterday was a whole day of it. And I'm talking about it today as a reaction to, but like, his attacks are becoming far more sophisticated and targeted. The videos that he's making, like, it's just crazy. Like, I'm just going to tell you right now, on my absolute worst day, I'm never going to make a video about somebody I don't like, ever. That to me has to be the most pathetic thing in the world. Using an app on my phone to take saved images, videos, and sounds and put them together with music and words. That is I equate that to shooting up drugs in an alley. Like, you are a loser if you are doing that. That is the next level of commitment to hate. And I'm going to be honest with you, like, the fact that this guy is doing this is crazy. Like, I'll give Jen Altman credit. She's just a shit stirrer. You know what I mean? And like, she went on Ray's show. All these people need to, like, Brian is like, there's a weird thing that's happening with Brian here. And it's very peculiar. And because I don't know this man very well, I don't know how to interpret it. But like, again, I went back and listened to my words about Brian, and I'm probably going to go get it and clip it. It wasn't mean. It wasn't mean. He just can't handle criticism. And the fact that I exposed his whole thing about like how he was and how he was, whatever, like, I don't know. Maybe Brian equates his lack of viewership to me. And maybe in his mind, this is all very appropriate. But I think, number one, I can't imagine I would have that kind of influence, right, Brian? And Brian certainly should not admit that I have that kind of power, that I destroyed his channel, right? You would never admit that, Brian. And I can't possibly have that kind of influence or power. Or maybe it's another option, which is you built your life online around the Karen Read trial, and the Karen Read trial is done. And that had a life of its own, which allowed you to have such a lucrative online presence. And in the absence of that type of murder trial, which we'll never see again, maybe in another decade, and it might not even be here, and chances of it being here are slim to none, like, you have nothing of substance. The Karen Read community is so unique. The followers, the people who stood outside, it's an unbelievably unique facet of our community that I've never seen before. And I think somebody like Brian misinterpreted everybody's attention on this case as like attention for him. Do you know what I mean? Like, he looked at these people as being there for him too. I don't know how to explain it, but like, and I get it, because there were many times I could have got sucked into that. But as you know, I was very disciplined in not doing things during the Karen Reed trial. I didn't go to nacho nights. I didn't donate. I just went to court and I reported, and that's it. It was very enticing. Okay. I thought many times about getting a YouTube channel and going and making the money. It was, you know what I mean? But it didn't feel right for a lot of different reasons. And honestly, a lot of the reasons were that it was a murder trial. And I can't exploit murder trials for money not in the way that Brian can. He's a master at it. Just felt like he just got sucked into it, and he thought he had some sort of level of fame, and maybe he did, and maybe other people did, and that's fine. But when the trial is over, what are you left with? Now it's time to come back, and you've got to rest on your laurels. And what is your skill set? What do you have? And I think we all found out very quickly that Brian didn't have anything. There was nothing. And I think that is why his channel has just changed. He doesn't get the views. And understanding YouTube today, the way that I understand YouTube today, that means a tremendous loss of revenue. I can only imagine, but I know generally how much money Brian was making at the time. Now, everybody made a little bit more money during Karen Reed. My Substack did very well with my interview from the juror. You know what I mean? Everybody made some money. Some people made a lot of money. Brian clearly made a lot of money, but he's not making that kind of money anymore. Turtle Boy is still making that kind of money. He still gets the views. They can hate on him all he wants, but there's one pro in this industry of YouTubers post Karen Reed and pre Karen Reed, and it's him. That's it. So Brian is just out here, lost all of his viewership. He lost that revenue stream, and that is very hard for him. And instead of pivoting, rebranding again, which he has done 2 other times, he's holding out here, and his new brand is to hate on me and not do better for himself. And so his attacks online are pretty crazy. The only thing, again, is it doesn't translate into real life. You know what I mean? Like it's not real life for me. It's just the internet. So when people make fun of me on the internet, it's not real life, you know? So that's my thoughts on that. I forgot where I was going with it because I was parked and now I'm driving. And so I kind of lose my thought process on this. Yeah, and Mike Crawford too. Again, no, I'm not going to sit here and I'm not going to brag, okay? But I am going to do. It's not even a humble brag; it's a brag. I clearly understood. What is this car doing? You can't back up in the middle of the county. Every single time, it's a fucking Haitian driver from Amazon backing up in the middle of the roads. They don't understand the rules of the road. Jesus Christ, just stopped in the middle of County Street and backed up, put it in reverse. I was like, what is this car doing? Sure enough, what looks like a Haitian Amazon driver. It never fucking fails. I started my YouTube channel after Karen Reed. I was fearful that if I started it beforehand, that it would drop off. I would be experiencing what Mike and Brian are experiencing, which is a drop off. This is why Will doesn't experience it, because Will has a style of entertaining that isn't, even if it's petty streams, it doesn't matter. He has a style, he has a thing. And so he doesn't see a dip in viewership. I mean, I'm sure a little moderate dip, but not a dip the way, not the dip the way that Mike and Brian see it. You know what I mean? So I didn't want to experience that. There's no way. Listen, I try to like mitigate the risks. Like I'm trying a YouTube thing. I don't know if it's going to work. Maybe I'm not great. Shh, I always thought I was going to be great, but maybe I'm not going to be great. So let's set myself up for success. Let's not do it during Karen Reed, because then when all the Karen Reed stuff ends, what if I can't hang? I always knew that I would be able to hang. But I wanted to be able to just be like on my own. That's the reason why I didn't have other content creators come on my show at all this year. I didn't have Jimmy as a guest. I didn't have Aiden as a guest. I didn't have anybody as a guest. Why? Because I wanted to be able to say, these are my own viewers. Now, what if I do start adding these other content creators, even some from not around here that you guys don't know, and I find someone with the same kind of base, and we do 2 shows, one me on them and one them on mine, and now I get a whole new other facet of people. Would that work? Of course it'll work. So Brian's going through a spiral in real time, and we're just witnessing it, and I'm his target. You were going to have Aiden right away. I know, but I didn't. I still haven't had Aiden on. He came on that one day in the morning after he did his live stream about Meredith, but I have not had him on. And he asked to come on last week, if you remember, when all of the besties were going after him because he was not doing right by me and we got into that argument. He wanted to correct that and he wanted to come on the show. And he's like, when can I come on? Can you have me on your show this week? And I said, sure. And then did I call him and tell him to come on the show this week? No. No. For everybody that says I suck Aiden's ass, I don't. And the signs are there. That man called me and was like, I am worried that the besties are mad at me because I yelled at you. I would like to come on your show and smooth it over. And I did not allow that to happen. Smooth it over on your own show. They watch you too. Not coming on mine. Beat it. Scram. Thankful for BLT account. BLT account has cataloged every single solitary time LTL has copied, said something about me and has cataloged it. So it's all easily accessible for me at any point in time, which yesterday I started to save all of those things onto my phone. I don't know Brian from a hole in the wall, man. I don't know anything about that guy. There's some things in his life that are just kind of questionable. So I don't know if this is going to move into real life. I don't know if this guy's going to be weird. Listen, I lost my studio because some lady made a video about me and posted it all over the internet and then shared it to people. I have to prepare for everything. I have no idea. I don't know what to do. So I save the things. He keeps saying he's Team Karen. Who? Brian doesn't know himself, and that's the problem. 100%. His attacks on me are absolutely why. To me, I can't believe he does it. It's so emasculating. Like, I'm just gonna say, like, nothing for nothing, but like Jeff Machado would never. Jeff Machado, in all his masculinity, peak male performance, would never in a million years post a video about somebody, a woman he doesn't like, on the internet. He would never. He does. It's not in his DNA. He would never. Can you imagine? You guys know Jeff at this point. You've seen him enough of times. Can you imagine? Aiden got out in notice by his lawyers. What does that mean? Am I missing something? And I trust all of you. Did something happen overnight that I didn't? I don't check Twitter before I come on and talk to you guys. It's just so, it's so pathetic is the only way I can describe it. And more than that, it shows how much listen, he's like, oh, she talks about me every day. Yeah, dude, this is interesting, right? Like it's interesting stuff to talk about because you're posting about me all day yesterday. So I'm talking about it today, you know? Like also, can I just be honest with you? I'm allowed to not like you. I'm allowed to not like you and I'm allowed to not talk about and I'm allowed to talk about you. Also, I do think that because Brian wants to lash out at everybody who makes fun of his hair, like he just takes it out. I don't listen. At the end of the day, I don't really care. It is surprising how much he's going after me. It is a little crazy. It's a little crazy. It would be crazy if it were in real life, but what's RSD? Rejection sensitivity? What is that? If you don't know yourself well, then don't do the interwebs. 14 hours and 45 minutes to midnight. So we talked about this the other day about doing a live stream tonight. I'm going to be honest with you. I can't. I thought about doing it for like some besties who are by themselves because I'm obviously by myself because I don't have anything going on. I think Georgia is going to be at her friend's. Jack is going to be at his girlfriend's. My daughter lives in her home. Jeffrey is sick. I thought about that. And I'm going to be honest with you. The deciding factor was somebody this morning sent me a screenshot and it showed that Brian is doing a New Year's Eve thing and we can't be that pathetic. Let's just do a puzzle at home. Let's do Legos. Let's do something. Speaking of Legos, I talked to your favorite gay YouTuber yesterday, Jimmy, and I know some people were sending me messages and they were like, have you heard from Jimmy? Is Jimmy okay? And I'm like, I'm sure he's fine. Like I've spoken to Jimmy enough now where I know like if Jimmy isn't on the internet, it's okay. He's just living his life. I don't stress out or worry. The one time it happened, he was gone from like X for 3 days and I texted him. I was like, dude, are you okay? And he's like, what do you mean? But I understand it now. Like he's just living. Oh, he's on right now. That bitch. When we're done here, let's go bunny invade and just drop all the bunnies into his thing. He's fine. He called me yesterday and I was like, where are you going? Fucking Target? He always calls me when he's on his way to go do comfort shopping. And he was like, no, I'm going to the Holyoke Mall. I knew it. I knew. He only calls me when he's on his way to go shop. All right. So I don't think I'm first of all, Brian is not the reason why. I'm joking about that. I just think with Jeff being sick, and after what happened yesterday, I just not sure. So what I think I'm going to do is go home, gauge Jeffrey's level of illness, get all of the things that he may now he's sick. He's home. So we know he's home. So I think it's just going to be to take care of him. And I don't think it would be appropriate on a holiday for me to be online, especially since he threw that line out yesterday about my YouTube shows or my shows. Sir's going to have a real reckoning when we start earning some serious money from this. I'm going to remind him of that comment for the rest of his fucking life. But we'll just chalk it up to him having a man cold, and it is what it is. So no show tonight. This is it. By the way, I got so many messages about Mother of the Bride dresses, and I cannot believe some of the finds that people sent me. I'm shook. They are so good. Some of them, somebody sent me an Amazon dress, and I was like, wait, what? Somebody said, don't sleep on Shein, TT's favorite. But then I found some really great websites. I sent them all to Julia and I was like, which one do you like? And she was like, which one do you like? And I was like, well, I like all of these. And she's like, I like all of those. So now the next step will be like finding them, seeing if stores have them, going to stores. But I got basically all I said to all of you was, hey, this is what I have in my mind. And you guys all were like, sure, here you go. And you found the dresses. Some are similar. The trash man blocked my driveway with the recycling bin. Ah, we made it. We made it. So I got so many great suggestions. Honestly, it was every time somebody sent me one, I was like, wait, what? Like if you texted me, I'm not kidding. I probably went, wait, what? wait, 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 this one. Oh, I love this one. And then it was like late in the day and Wendy sent me one and I was like, shit, this is another one. Do you guys want to vote on the dress? Maybe I should put them all up and show you them all. But they were all navy. Some of them were exactly as I had described. But then there were some other options and I was like, shit, like I hadn't thought about that. And I keep in mind that like the idea of what I want might not be what I want until I start trying things on. But like I probably got 50 dresses sent to me yesterday and also links to sites. So I was scrolling. Say mess to the dress. I die. I die. Say mess to the dress. So I just got so many suggestions and it was probably when Jeff was downstairs wondering why I wasn't taking care of him. I was upstairs scrolling on websites looking at dresses. We don't have a lot of time, people. Wait, let me think. 1, 2, we got 6 months. We've got 6 months. We're running out of time. So, okay, so we'll do that. We'll put up we will put up I'll put up the pictures. Where should I put them up though? Where do you guys go and see my posts? Are you Facebook? Are you X? Where are you guys looking at my content that isn't a YouTube thing? Because I guess I could do a presentation. Oh, Mess to the Dress live on, you should come up to Taunton to New York. Lace. Oh, I heard about them. So that's the thing. I think like these dresses are a good idea and both Facebook, Bunny After Dark. YouTube page offers a post. I saw that. I haven't done it yet. You can post in the members section on YouTube. Community post on YouTube, please. Okay. We'll find you. I mean, the problem is, here's the problem. I have a Facebook page. It's my personal, you should have Jimmy shop with me. My problem is I have a personal Facebook page and I started a Jess Machado Facebook page, but Karen Reed trial, I got all the followers on my regular one. I hadn't started the professional one and everybody's on my personal one, which is probably why I don't post a lot on my personal one because I have strangers on there. And for the longest time, I did not have strangers on my Facebook page, but I just said yes to all these people and they're strangers. There's a lot of strangers on Facebook. And so I don't know. I need a place to post things. I need a home base, I guess. And it doesn't feel like it should be Twitter because to be honest with you, you can only post 4 pictures at a time on Twitter and then it's a thread. And that's like the whole internet. You know what I mean? I wouldn't want a website because that sounds too complicated. But, oh, speaking of that, Moon's over Miami. I sent you an email last night. It was late. I guess it might have to be Facebook. I also have a Jess Machado Instagram account, which I used to use, but I don't anymore. Like, I just need a spot. Pinterest. I don't know. For now, I guess for now, it will have to be Facebook for the dress things, or maybe I just do it as a YouTube presentation on Bunny After Dark or on Saturday or something like that. I mean, I will take you with me for dress shopping. Like, we'll do that live. I couldn't do it for Julia because that was private, but like, I'll take you guys dress shopping with me and Julia. I don't care. It'll be a whole day. We'll do it for a Saturday Jess Machado show. It'll be a field trip day. We'll just go dress shopping. All right. So here's what I'm going to say. Keep everything here. All right. Here's what I'm going to say. When I'm done with this, I'm going to go in the house. I don't have an iPhone. I'm going to post a post on YouTube and I will let you know where it will be. If I do it to Facebook, I don't know. I have to think about it. Zoom. Ben Rosa asked me yesterday and I forgot to mention it. I read it and then I didn't. But also I want to thank Ben. Ben was giving me the tea yesterday. He was at I wouldn't call it an event, but like a meeting in regards to a city committee. And he went because there was a little bit of interest in it. And he was giving me updates from there, which I really appreciated because I'm nosy. Ben would make a really great when the Jess Machado show becomes a multimedia conglomerate. I'd like to hire Ben as my political on the ground reporter because he was giving me such great updates and Ben knows all the political tea. The Zoom that I did the other night, Ben, was in regards to delegates. So how to host a caucus for delegates. So we do a convention and then you get to pick delegates. You have to vote on delegates. And it was basically that whole process. And then they offered some literature there. Wendy Wakeman and Haley hosted it. And it's for all the chairs of the RTCs. They did 3 of them. This was the last one they were offering. Obviously, I didn't go to the other 2, so I don't know how many people went on those, but this one was pretty packed. And so it was just a, 45-minute, basically break it down for you and tell you what you need to do, what are your deadlines and everything like that, especially for those of us who have never had to do a caucus thing before. A red cardinal just flew right in front of me, is on my pool deck. Oh, and there's a second one. I can't feed the birds anymore because Jeffrey won't allow it. They're probably wondering, hey, where is the food that you put out for us last year? Sorry, my very Portuguese husband won't allow for this anymore. I dumped Facebook in 2010. It's a cesspool. There is no bigger cesspool than X. Because if you said the things on Facebook that we say on X right now, you'd get a 30, 60, 90 permanent lifetime ban from Facebook. You are allowed to say whatever you want on X. It is the reason why I have never reported anything on X, because you just can't get anything down from there. What is the Kayla Churchill update? There is none, apparently. She was fired, but from what I'm hearing, it didn't have anything to do with me. I also heard some other stuff. I won't say it because I can't corroborate it, but there was some other things that led to that. And that's it. That's all I have. I did a meeting with my RTC, and I talked to them about, well, I spoke with some of them and I said, I feel a little bit of relief, Kayla burning everything down and me losing my studio and me getting over that. I recognize now, like, we're a month out from that. It definitely made Kayla look worse than it ever made me. Most people now look at it as that video was not that big of a deal, but Kayla distributing it and pushing it and calling and sending it was a much bigger deal. And so what I'm hearing from people on the ground, people who message me, people in the party, there are very few people that are willing to even speak with Kayla Churchill right now. Listen, a month ago, I would have never thought that was how this was going to play out. I thought a lot of people were going to be like, we don't want to associate with Jess anymore. But it turns out most people don't care about the Bunny After Dark stuff. Most people don't care when I talk about sex. Most people don't care about any of those things. So it turns out that what they do care about is that Kayla seemed to want to destroy my life. I lost my studio because of her actions, and a lot of people don't like that. And I think they realized that quickly, faster than I realized it, you know? So I guess a month out, that feels a certain way to me, you know? Um, as a matter of fact, speaking of studio, I'm waiting for Jack to come home this morning. He said he would be home by 10, and then we're going to go to the studio and remove a couple more things. We're still not done with that yet. It's a little bit of a mental block. I don't like going there. It gives me bad feelings. I get sad. And I have to push through it. And eventually I will have to push through it permanently and finish. But I communicated to my old landlord, and he was like, "You're good. You're good. Everything's there. Take your time. You know, if there's something that you don't want and you need to get rid of, we can have guys come and take it." TT is going to get the console with the refrigerator, and she's going to have it for her office. So maybe she can go work at Kohl's. Maybe. Maybe. I don't care about that girl. I didn't care about her until she started coming after me. And now that that's quiet, I don't care. I don't even really think about her. I don't think about my haters unless they're coming at me. And I just kind of manage that the way that I have to. You know what I mean? Like it's the same thing with 5150. Like, listen, we're in a YouTube world and we're online, and so there's fodder and there is talking about it, and you guys are all interested in it and blah 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 blah. But like, since she took down that video of me, like, unless she's posting about me, I don't really fucking care. I don't, she's crazy, and she's never going to be able to stop me from thinking that she's crazy. But like, my issue with that woman pretty much was, do I think it's crazy that you're coming after people that support your ex-boyfriend who you're trying to ruin his life? 100%. Like, that's just nuts. But, you know, you're making, again, here we go with the videos. You know what I mean? What is it with people making videos about me? Weirdos. You know, she makes this video about me. Again, Bunny After Dark, sex stuff, blah, 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 blah. That's fine. It was that anti-Semitic shit. I didn't like that. I'm very protective of that. I don't like it. I don't care if people understand that or not. I don't like it. I don't want that there. It does matter to me about like the digital footprint of my life. And I do think about what I put on the internet. And somebody was like, "Oh, you know, you must feel so bad for her children." My children live with me. They know who I am. There's no difference between how I act on this phone and the way I act in real life with these kids. Like, the drama existed at a different level with schools. Like, what, like, this is how I am. This is how I've raised my children. Don't feel bad for them. They have a badass bitch for a mother. And I've raised them to be the same way. My kids do not get walked on. No. Georgia, look at my daughter. Her boyfriend just, not this one, the one she had before, didn't spend time with her on Halloween. Bye. We're moving on. My daughter, Georgia may be the biggest manifestation of me of all time, because Georgia is me just at a younger age. This took years to cultivate. This was years. This was, you know, we talked about this, like, this was how I am. Georgia is just me now. And I'm so grateful that she has that confidence. That will allow Georgia to go and do anything she wants to do. Anything. I will say, Julia sent me a message last night, and it was chicken cutlets, and she was making her own chicken parm. Chicken parm is the family favorite. That's the comfort meal that I would make, that my family would always say. Like, if I say, "What do you want me to make for dinner on a Sunday?" They want chicken parm. Everybody has their own chicken parm recipes. Mine is nothing crazy, but the way that we make the chicken, Julia showed me, sent me a picture, and she was making it. And then she sent me a picture of them in the oven with the cheese. And I was just like, again, I am so proud of you being domestic. And she sent me a selfie and she had an apron on. And I was like mama, like daughter. And she was like, yeah. And I was just like, like Georgia will most likely never, she'll be a different kind of domestic queen. She'll live off the land. But Julia sending me that, it was just, I don't know, proud. Proud of my son doing so well this semester, and he's thriving. My son got a second credit card. We talked about this. His credit is so good. This is all I care about. Really, the thing that drives me is my children having 800 credit scores. That's pretty much it. And I talk to them. It's interesting to me, like how they don't understand it. And obviously it's not interesting to me because I certainly didn't understand it for many years, but it's just very interesting to like talk him through things, like explaining to how to use the new credit card, because the new credit card is cashback. You know what I mean? And so I explained to him, like, this cashback credit card, you want to use this credit card every single solitary day. Do not use your debit card anymore. You want to use your credit card for everything. You want to use it for your gas. You want to use it for, and then you want to, whatever qualifies. So I don't know what this one is. I don't have it in front of me, but whatever qualifies for your cashback, 1.5% cashback, I think he's got on this card. Whatever it is, you should be charging those things. And you have to but we've trained them, you don't use credit cards. So it's like, he's like, he doesn't get it. He's like, what do you mean? I was told I'm not supposed to use a credit card. I was like, this credit card you want to use all the time because you're going to get cash back. And right in your app, you just pay it off, like digital, like you don't even have to. I was like, think about it. Back in the day, you had to put a check in a mail and send it. And like, there's none of that. You just do it right on your phone. Yes, you have to pay it off every month. You should not teach finance. Thank you, New Leaf F9L or 1, correct. I've maintained for many, many conversations, the reason why I don't do well is because of the amount of money that comes in is less than the amount of money that goes out. But that's not my children. The amount of money that comes in is more than the amount of money that goes out. And so financial success is possible with those things in place. I like you not being mean. That's okay. It's not about me. I understand how it works. My daughter is the perfect example of that. She's 25. She's bought a home. She has a great credit score. She has no problems with creditors or anything like that. She has a support system that was allowing her to be able to cultivate that financial literacy since she was 16. And she had a dad that helped her, understand that as well. But with my kids and like Jack too, especially, like I'm not teaching literacy. I'm just teaching my children what has to be done. And I also help them, by the way. Like I don't, how do I explain it? Like, how could I explain this? Okay. I moved out of my house when I was like 19 or 20 because it wasn't a good environment. And then I had to live on my own and pay rent and utilities and groceries, right? Because it wasn't a good environment. There's a lot going on at my house when we moved back up here. And TT moved out as well. That felt like the right thing to do because it didn't feel good at home. And so I moved out. But that was never going to be at 19 or 20 the right move financially. Okay. The right move financially would have been for me to stay at home, not have to pay for anything like food, car insurance, a car, groceries, or anything, and be able to just go to school and work, save my money, and be able to like get ahead, right? That is the support system that I put in place with my kids so that they would be able to be in a better place at 19 and 20 than I was at 19 and 20. If you know what I mean? I don't know if that makes sense. Everybody's story is different. I just saw someone say I was a teen mom. Everybody has a different story. I'm not blaming people. I definitely I was going to say there's a point in my time where I did everything based on how I felt more than anything. That's probably now, too. How I feel. I make decisions on how I feel, I guess. I don't know. I was just watching a squirrel make a run for it away from another squirrel. I don't know how else to say it other than at this point, my success is measured by my children's success. That's really all I care about. That's all I care about is my kids are doing well and they are doing okay. That's my success. I've given up on myself, essentially. We don't care about me. What are the age gap of my children? Georgia is going to be 17, Jack is going to be 20, and Julia is going to be 25. So 16, 19, 24 right now, but they're okay. Let me read some comments and then we're going to go. I get a text message from TT. What? What's TT want? She is saying something about she wanted me to pick her up from work. I won't go home. I'll just come to your house till Mike can come. She wants me to go and pick her up. I don't think TT can come here because Jeff is sick. I have to handle this. No show tonight. I just think Jeff is sick and I just don't think it's a good idea. I know. I'm just going to be honest with, listen, maybe when I'm home and say I'm home and nobody's here and Jeff is out like a light, will I feel like, oh, maybe I should jump on? I don't want anybody to make any plan to be on tonight. I just don't think, I don't know how the day is going to go. And so on the air of the side of caution is no. Tomorrow, I'm not sure, but there is a rumbling that Julia may do a polar plunge. For those of you who don't know, polar plunge is on New Year's Day. There are a lot of places where you can go and do a dip in the water on New Year's Day. I have done a polar plunge one time in my life, and it was the year I decided to leave Jack and George's dad. And it was not a chaotic time. I did it, right? I had it in my head. Somebody had told me, you should do it. I'd never thought about seriously doing it. And this particular year, obviously, I knew things weren't going well. I was working at Victoria's Secret when I felt like he should have been working. He never got a job. So here I am. I'm working full time. I miss my kids. And I was a manager in Cranston, and it was just a lot. I was working a lot. And with the commute, it was a lot. I remember sometimes on my Facebook memories, it pops up. It's like, just got home from closing the store. It's 11:30 at night. I've got to be back at work tomorrow for 7:30. I miss my kids. Just, those are things that I will never forgive. You know what I mean? And that's why, there's never a doubt that I was going to end that relationship, because if you didn't understand how much pain I was in, missing my children and having to work full time, and missing my babies, Georgia was little. She was like a year old, whatever. So, anyway, that particular year, I decided to do the polar plunge for the first time. I did it at South Shore Beach in Little Compton. I went down there, and he came with me with the kids, and I remember thinking there's a lot of reasons why people are out here doing this. There were groups of teens that were doing it together. There were older adults that had been doing it for years, like as a tradition. There were athletes doing it. There was like some sort of like somebody was raising money for something. Like there were 1,000 different reasons why people were on that beach doing it. And it's possible people had the same mentality as me, but I was doing it for courage. That was it. I thought if I walked away from that and said, I did something this big, which is go jump in the ocean in January on New Year's Day, then I felt like it was going to like ignite courage in me to take some big steps. And also in a way, put me on autopilot where I wasn't really sure if I was going to have the courage to move forward and make changes and separate my family and leave my home and leave my job and all of this. I knew I had to do it. I knew these are things I wanted to do. I didn't know how I was going to do it. I wasn't sure about the path to do it. I knew it was going to be a financial disaster to do it because I was going to leave my home. There's a lot of things. And so I decided to do it. And I will never forget, I went into the ocean. It took my breath away because you're going into these ice cold water and it's like, you know what I mean? It like takes your breath away. And went all the way in. I went completely under. I stood up. And as I was walking back onto the shore, Julia was holding a towel. Well, it was a blanket. And I was sobbing. I was crying. And I was just like, I know exactly what's going to be happening here. I know. I did it. I can do anything. I'm going to cry. I knew I could do anything. And it was symbolic of being able to do absolutely anything. Something I had never done before, something that not a lot of people do, something that was scary. I knew I could do it. And so I did that. And I was basically like, good luck convincing me to change my mind about anything after that. And it was literally just a couple of weeks later, I left Victoria's Secret and put the wheels into motion to start my life over, which led me to the new life I have, which is meeting my husband and all of those things. So, I didn't leave him for someone else. I didn't leave him to go be in a relationship with a different person. I left him because it was a terrible situation for me and my children. It was the worst financial decision I ever made because, and I tell this story, and I'm sure some of you know it, but we owned a house we had a very small mortgage on a piece of property, and the home was his family's home that we bought from his parents, and he would not let me sell it. And he would not let me buy it. He did not want me living in that home with a future husband. It was never going to happen for him. Julia's dad offered to buy the home and to deed it to Jack in Georgia so that they would eventually get it. And instead of child support every month, he would just pay the mortgage on it, that is a scenario that I tried so hard to achieve. Because it was a win-win for everybody. Their dad would have gotten some money. I would have maintained my home that I had been in for a long time. Jack in Georgia would have been able to get the home after. I would have been able to live there for the rest of my life. It had a very low mortgage. It would have been paid off, in maybe 10 years. And it was the best case scenario, and he would not do it out of spite. And at that point, I knew that was going to happen, and so I had been waiting a long time for him to maybe change his mind on it, and he didn't, and that was it. And so I lost my house. It sucked. Terrible. Hated it. Felt like a failure. But obviously, once I made the decision that I was going to make moves, I did, and that's it. You want to be just when you grow up, just with a better credit score. I also feel, just knowing myself, just for whom I am as a person, we're probably not over drama. There will probably be more for the rest of my life in some way, shape. Although I'm getting a little too old. I feel like I'm settling in. Like who was I talking to? TT about this, about the YouTube thing and starting, this new political show and all of these things. And I was like, how long can this last? What's the trajectory for this? Can it continue to go up? Going up, up, up. What's that song? K-pop song? That's good. Will it continue to go up the way it has been? You know what I mean? Like at some point, we're not going to double our monthly revenue stream. Like that seems impossible. You know what I mean? But each month we have, but like, when's it going to stop? When's it going to plateau? And then what would I do after if it tanks? And maybe just write, you know what I mean? Maybe just write, because that can be lucrative too. But anyway, I don't know. I don't have a plan. I should have a plan, but I don't have a plan. Wait, is this the one you help with housing and stuff? Yes. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Well, I only have 2 baby daddies, and one does not need help with housing or anything like that. No, it's not. I don't help with housing or anything, but I think the political show will get you more exposure. I spoke with Jimmy and I asked him his thoughts as being a YouTuber who this is how he earns a living. What he thinks about the political show. Is it okay that I have all different kinds of shows under one channel? And he was like, what are you talking about? Yes, of course. Yes, do it. Yes. Yes. He called me yesterday and I answered the phone. I went, meow, meow. And he instantly starts to the beat of the rhythm of the night. And I went, dance until the morning light. And he goes, forget about whatever's on your mind. And I was like, we can leave it all behind. We literally sang that song in tandem with no pretense. He just started it and I sang like a line, and then he sang a line, and we went back and forth. And then he does that crazy cackle at the end where he's like, like that. It's just chaotic. But it's very funny. It's very funny. Is he still on? Can somebody check? Do you guys want to all go there and just drop? What emoji should we drop? We shouldn't drop bunnies. We should drop bunnies. Is he still live? Can we all go jump on his? Just wait until you get your billboard. It's coming. Class is ending. Okay, can we go? Let's go. Okay, bye. Hurry, go. Go to Jimmy's channel. Goodbye. Love you. But no, he's done. No. 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 That's crazy. That man did a show while I did this one. And can we all pitch in for a billboard? Don't worry about the billboard. We have a financial backer for the billboard. Don't worry about it. We just can't put a billboard up yet until everything is. There's a plan. There's a plan. Listen, there's a plan. We can't put a billboard up right now when we don't have the political show going yet, because then what will the billboard advertise? It's going to send you to nothing. We can't do that. There's a couple of things that have to happen. So don't worry, but there will be a billboard. He's gone. Okay, we skipped. We missed it. We fumbled. Okay. No show. He has songs playing. Where are we going? Where is this going? Where do we go? All right, when we're done, we'll go to Baker. Okay, after this, we're going to go to Broken Baber. Don't worry about the billboard. We will achieve the billboard. It's just not ready yet. I'm not going to put a billboard up and be like, start your day with 24 on 24 with Jess Machado. And somebody's going to click on this channel and I'm going to be talking the way I talk right now. No, people will be like, what the fuck did I just listen to? We cannot send people here yet. We can't send people to this. Can you imagine somebody on 195 traveling across the Braga Bridge, and they see a thing and it's like 24 on 24 with Jess Machado is on right now, 7:30 to 10:30 a.m. and somebody tunes in and it's me talking about a needle trying to get in through my ass by technicians at a hospital and then they can't succeed. Like, can you? We have to give them some sort of like, they need to figure out what we are first. That's the kind of. All right. I have to go in the house and see what's going on in there. I don't know how Jeff is doing. Georgia texted me. She's awake. This can't change. It won't change. It will not change. I've got to see what's going on in here because I have no idea. Also, I have to text Jack because we have to go to the studio and get some things today. Like we have, and the studio building closes early today because it's New Year's Eve. And so we have a small window today. So I'm thinking we need to do 2 trips and we should have almost everything out. And then we've got to bring the stuff to TT Studio, but I've got to get there today. And so I need Jack home. Tippy toe. Like I don't want to keep you here. Why am I whispering? I'm in the fucking car. I want to go in and I want to see what's going on with Jeff. I've got to feel that out. Okay. And then we have to check on the dogs, the birds, and the fish. Then we got to touch base with Georgia. I'm not going anywhere today. We have nothing to do. I don't think. I have groceries. Today may be a 0 spending day, just the coffee. And I don't think we have to spend anything today. I have gas in my vehicle. We might not have to spend a dime today, which is an accomplishment. What's that commercial? Remember it came on when people like walk out their house and it like goes ka-ching, ka-ching. And it's like, it's true. If you walk out the door, it's expensive. But anyway, all right, we're done here. Thanks for joining me. We're ending this for today. Sorry we missed Jimmy. Head over to Broken Baker. I will sit in the car and I will head over if we're going to go and do that. I want everybody to enjoy their New Year's Eve. If I do a polar plunge tomorrow, I'll do a 24 on 24, but it would probably be on the way to it because I think the polar plunges are at 9 a.m. usually. I'll check and see. Julia said she wanted to do it as a tradition. She's crazy. You know what? So now that there are no leaves on the trees, I know this is crazy. I just looked up in my driveway. Can I turn the camera on and show you? I don't know. You won't be able to see, I'm convinced. But I'm sitting in my driveway and now like there are absolutely no leaves on the trees and I never really looked up before. But from where I am sitting in my driveway, I can see the Taunton River, right? From right here. And I can see literally almost Julia's house. So Julia lives directly across the river from me. If we go, fuck it, let's do it. Let's just go do it. Do you want me to show you? Do you want to stay or do you want to go? Just tell me, what should we do? Do you want to go see it or? All right, let's go. Kevin from South Boston. All right, let's go. I'm just going to show you. Field trip. Oh, I don't have a coat. This might suck, but it's okay. We'll do it together. Okay, of course you guys want me to stay. Of course. I'm your emotional support fish. I figured that out. All right, so we're going out of my driveway. And we're going to the end of the side street. And I'm going to turn the camera on, not on me because your queen doesn't have a face on. And it will be made into a video that LTL will do in a second. But we're going to turn down this street. Okay, so we're turning down the street. See this river right here? This is the Taunton River. This is where I live. So my house is right behind us. This is the Taunton River, okay? This plot of land right here is town property, this, okay? And we're gonna park and we're gonna walk there. Hold on. So this is town property, this land. This house used to belong to Pat Haddad, and her son lives there now, and he's a dick. But this, despite what he wants, this is town property. This land belongs to the town. And supposedly they're going to build at the bottom of it like a little fishing area, and they're going to make a couple of parking spaces here. We're going to turn around and we're going to park, and then I'm going to walk down to the bottom of this, and I'm going to show you my daughter's house. That's how close my daughter lives. Technically, we can park there. I don't think I want to do that. Hold on. Going on a field trip. Can you guys see well? And I can't hear you. This is my street. It doesn't matter. Everybody knows where I live. It's public because I ran for office. Once you run for office, it's public and it's there all the time. So this is my street. Field trip. This is my house. Okay. You see my house? This is my house. Hi, housey. It's my house. Okay. Let's turn side street. That's my neighbor's really good lawn. Remember? Morning. That's my neighbor. That's his house with the Trump thing. I can't tell if this is chaotic for you guys. I'm not really sure. It might be. I have no idea. So now this is the street that we're turning down. Is everybody getting the visual? Is this all working for everybody? Okay. I was too far down before, so now we're just going to park right here. And we're going to walk over. What does this say? No parking here to corner. Well, can you guys see everything? Are we good? Okay. I look like a hot mess, but let's just go walk. Let's do this walk, everybody. If you're just joining us, we're going on a walk. So this is town property. This is a lot of land that is actually river access. And at the end of this, they're supposed to build a small little wooden fishing pier, but they haven't moved on that yet. And you can't see it, but my daughter's house is right there. I can see it right. It's one of the white houses all the way back in the distance. So I live right up there. And my daughter lives across the river. If this were the olden days, I could have a boat and I could just go across the river to see her. But she lives right across the river. You can't see it, but the train goes right over there. There's a little bit of a train depot right over in that area where the trains kind of idle overnight. But I can see my daughter's white house right from here. Hi, duckies. Okay. Let's take that walk. Ideally, I would like it if all of my children would live across the river. When I am walking, this is Riverside Avenue. This is the street. So all the way down there is the power plant. And all the way down there is Pierce's Beach. Good morning. Okay. Oh, it's brisk. Okay. Now I can see comments. How was that field trip? Oh my God, it's so cold. How I did that with just a sweatshirt and pajama pants is beyond me. Were you guys able to even see any of that, by the way? Because I have no idea. Okay, perfect. Whew. Thanks. That was a fun field trip. So that is literally how close Julia's house is. I mean, not close. It's like a 7-minute drive, but we can see it right over there. I can't believe how cold it is. Jesus. I just have no, I don't even have a bra on. Like we should have bundled up for that. All right. So the chat is moving across the river. You saw it all? Okay, perf. Good. Yay. I didn't put my seatbelt on because we're already home. Also, I have a major fucking problem with my town right now. We don't have streetlights on one. We don't have streetlights right now. Something happened. Oh my God, there's trash everywhere. I have to pick up trash. The trash men came. There's trash in the hood. I've got to go pick up all this trash. We can't chat anymore. I have to go. Things are blowing all over. Did I at least brush my teeth? No. Why would I brush my teeth? I don't leave the car when I do this. And my coffee would taste weird. Listen, just so you know, this is what happens. In the morning, usually how you get a 24 and 24 is I am driving back from dropping Georgia off at school. So I get up and then I let the dogs out and then I get Georgia ready for school. Like get her Stanley, I get her out, make sure she has everything she needs. Usually she's packing up some sort of baked good that I made and Angela for her boyfriend, I'm not going to say his name. And then I get Georgia out the door and then I pick up her friend or friends and then I drive them to school. We chit chat. Sometimes we have to stop at the store. Once I drop her off, you get 24 and 24 and it's me on my way to get coffee from Dighton. Holiday 24 on 24 is I start 24 on 24 and then I get up and go to the bathroom. I'm in my bed. I start it. I mute it. I go pee and then I unmute it and then I quietly maneuver around the house while I'm looking for a sweatshirt and my Uggs. I let the dogs out. I get in my car and I go get a coffee. There is no pregame to 24 on 24 during the holiday. We are raw dogging it and we do not brush teeth. We do not put on bras. We don't do anything. We survive and we get out of the house. And the driving time from my house to Society Coffee is 1 minute. So we don't even have time to do anything. And then I drive around the town and look at all of the things I need to look at. I just take a peek at things. Sometimes, you know, schools or whatever, and just making sure everything is okay. Spot things that maybe I need to send an email about, do some recon work. I drive around a little bit and then I drive down to the water and I sit there. Now, this isn't something necessarily new. I always drive down to the boat ramp for peace. And then I drive back home and then I'm in the driveway and then I end this. And then today we went on a field trip. Jess is always looking for Holly. Who? Holly McNamara. I don't look for. No, we don't look for Holly McNamara. I do some recon work in regards to a couple of town projects or things that haven't started that should have started. I take mental note. I share with Kathy Souza. I don't drive around looking for people. I'm like the HOA lady. Not really. Well, so I have a couple of pet peeves. Like, so there's a development in town, right? Like this multi-level apartment building that got built near Starbucks, right? So I've never been into that plaza where the buildings are. I mean, I've been into the plaza thousands of times. I reported on the building of this when I was with Fall River Reporter, but I haven't been in since it was built and people are living in it. And so the other day when we were on here, I drove by. It's a different Kathy Souza. Holly Bush. I thought you meant Holly McNamara, and I was like, why would I be looking for that person? I don't even know. No. But I haven't been by there. So the other day I drove through there and I just wanted to get a look at this. Like, what is this development? What's it like? And, they've got a sign going into the development, and they have a sign up at the development. I forgot what it's called. I don't know what the name of it is. A really nice sign. But we've had a sign that's supposed to be when you get off the Veterans Memorial Bridge. It's used to say welcome to Somerset, and it broke, or it's old, or whatever. And motherfuckers still haven't replaced this sign. It has been years. And so now this other thing has a sign, and a building has been built and now has people living in it. And they have a sign before we got a sign back. And I am so stressed out. This is like, I'm not electable. I'm not an electable person. Okay. We understand that, because there's me simulating blowjobs on screen and me calling people cunts. And so that's never going to happen. Okay. But in the event that the people in this town get absolutely fed up with shit and they're willing to overlook, all of that, then I would come in like gangbusters and I'd be like, get a motherfucking sign up. Get a goddamn sign that says welcome to Somerset. How fucking hard is this? What kind of red tape do we have to sift through and cut through to get a goddamn sign up? And it better not be a cheap ass ugly fucking sign. I want it to be nice. I want it to be black with gold, and I want it to say welcome to Somerset, and it needs to be pretty. It needs to have lights. Get me a goddamn sign that says welcome to Somerset on this side of the highway and on the other side coming from Swansea. I am so fucking tired of there not being a goddamn sign. And so yes, yesterday somebody said something to me that they were there and it's got a sign, and I was like, I want to go fucking see the sign. And I went and looked at the sign, and I'm like, this building has a sign, but we don't have a sign. So this will cue the meme of the fluffy gray cat typing furiously on a keyboard. That is me sending an email and saying, where the fuck is our sign? Get me a sign. Next time we vote for anything in this town and there's some sort of meeting where we have to allocate tax dollars, every time we have to vote on one of them, I'm going to get up at the microphone. I'm going to be like, I'm voting no on this because we don't have a fucking sign. Get me a sign, and then I will vote yes on this. Until then, no. You guys can't get this shit done. No. So now this comes down to the streetlight things. And no, please, no hand-painted signs. Get me a nice fucking sign. Okay? Why can't I get a goddamn sign in this town? There are things that we allocate tax dollars for every goddamn day. At a minimum, things that make us feel good should be a part of that. And a sign with town pride is one of them. And by the way, my friends are some of the selectmen. We don't count Jameson Souza because he's a weirdo troll. But of the other ones, I'm friendly with them. Do you think I don't say this? Where's the fucking signs? I say it. Get us a sign. The town hall. The old town hall, where I wanted to paint the fucking sign on that building myself. And what did they do? They sent a maintenance guy, and he did some sort of like crazy finger painting job. And it's it's not done right. To cut through so basically what you need is me to run the parts about this town that at a minimum make us feel good. I'm not saying I know how to do the other stuff behind the scenes and the budgets and all the municipal stuff. I don't. But bitch, I know how to get shit done. Get me a goddamn sign. Also, apparently there's some sort of contract that is happening with our town and the light company. And there is a reason why the lights on my street poles have not been replaced. They are actually attached to the poles. They are just not replaced. And so we went through a pitch dark Halloween here. And every single night I drive down my street and the only light I have is on my headlights. And I am getting really, really mad about it. And this is going to make me go to a selectmen's meeting. And I don't go to those anymore. You know why? Because my friends are selectmen. And so I trust that they are doing a good job governing my town, and I don't have to go there. And I don't have to call people out anymore because they are like-minded individuals. And so I don't go to these meetings anymore because I have people there that run things. So I don't have to go and do anything. I trust. I put good, solid, moral people in positions of power. And so we don't have to go to meetings anymore. But you're going to drag me out of retirement, and I'm going to have to come to these meetings, and I'm going to have to go and get some stuff taken care of. And I'm not that kind of bitch where I'm going to make a phone call or a text message and I'm going to be like, that's backdoor favors for friends. We don't do that. Maybe they're listening to this. Maybe they will fucking get us a sign. But also, I'm sick of this yellow star. When does it change color? What yellow star? What is the star? I don't know. Anyway, that's where we're at. Let's get Jess 400 likes. How do you see where the likes are? Are you on YouTube? I don't see it. It shows me. Oh, next to your name, you have a yellow star. I think that has something to do with how long you're a member. It's months. I don't know. I just barely got the emojis up there. Good morning, Jen D 34, who is about an hour behind. I will consult my YouTube professor, Jimmy, and ask him about the stars. I don't know what that means. I don't know how many people are watching on YouTube. I can tell you the number it says here in my portal for StreamYard. It's 3,632. Also, I opened up StreamYard this morning and it said StreamYard got purchased by another company, something Spoons. And so it's operating under this company now. I hope nothing changes, but beats me. Also, who has a company name with something called Spoons? Thank you, St. James Irish Pub. Jess, the stars change color the longer you are a member. Take that, LTL. She has more view. I love StreamYard. I really love StreamYard. I love it. I'm a fan of StreamYard. I'm very grateful for this platform. It's expensive. I mean, I'm sure in the grand scheme of things for people who earn lots of money on YouTube, I spend $99 a month for my StreamYard. I get the most like things you can get with it. It's the highest plan, but it's the best $100 I spend. It's wonderful. There was a bar called Spoons. One of my favorite things that, good morning, Cheats. Cheats, you're late. I talked about the emotional support fish already, just for you. I got a fish when Julia was moving out. She picked out a fish with Georgia, and it's like my symbolic daughter that is still home that I care for, even though my daughter is gone. When are you coming on the Minifan network? I've never been invited. Kane is able. Menners tried to... I asked Menners if he was looking for guests, I'd be happy to come in and I could go on Menners' show and I can talk about anything. I'm like pretty up to date on current events and newsy things and blah, blah, blah. And he tried to connect me with someone else and they were like, we don't have guests. And I was like, thanks, Menners. I don't know. I do check every day to see if Kirk is back, and I know he came back and then he was gone again, and now the New Hampshire thing is canceled. And so I don't know. I just worry about Kirk, but I would love to. If anybody would like me to go and do this just on a Minifan show, I'm happy to do that in memory of Nick Soares. I'd be very happy to do that. What else? Anything else? I can read comments, but we've got to get going. I've got to pick up the trash that's floating around because it doesn't look like it's mine, but it might be mine. If Brian LTL made a New Year's resolution and apologized to you, would you accept his apology? No. Absolutely not. No. I don't need, no thanks. I'm not compromising my value set for that guy. Absolutely not. No, we do not. No, look, my chat won't allow it. My chat will not allow it. I will lose followers. They will be like, this bitch has been lying to us the whole time. She is not a real one. Absolutely not. We will not. No. I can't think of anybody that would apologize to me that I would accept. What if it came with a what if it came with a $100 Lane Bryant gift card? No, I don't shop there. I mean, I'm thinking of scenarios. I would accept your apology, Brian, but in the reconciliation, I would want your fate license plate. I just can't. There is no scenario. Maybe a Cinnabon gift certificate? No. He would have to admit. Wait. Would it be would it be acceptable to accept an apology from Brian LTL if he admits to having a hairpiece to all of you? Let me think about this. Hold on. No, because everybody knows that it is not real hair. So we don't need him to admit that. We already know that. So actually that scenario does not work. A $500 society gift card. No, I will not sell my soul for society coffee. Absolutely not. I'm open to suggestions, but what if he sent you birdseed? No, that would not also work. I can't imagine the dollar amount needs to be way higher. A new BMW. No, he has to do a stream of just me. No. I'm thinking knocking his hair is as low as the weight shaming. Yeah, I actually don't really talk about his hair unless I'm like, I mean, I don't know. Listen, I'm going to tell you something. If my husband starts losing maybe $25,000, that's my number. 25K, I would accept an apology from that man. I know his hair is not the problem. I agree. Pay off your house, not enough. Okay, Horizon Line apology acceptance. Wait, who just said that? That's a great idea. We will do another Horizon. Listen, can I be honest with you? I would never want anybody to have to apologize to me. What's that meme where it says, I'm getting ready to start the new year, apologize to me, or something like that? That resonates with me. I'm being serious. I'm not sure I'm capable of apologies, so I wouldn't expect other people to be. There have been some times where I have like had a falling out with people, and the way that it got reignited was really organic. You know what I mean? Maybe there was like a trigger of something that we both like wanted to discuss, and then I would reach out. But it's not about holding grudges either, because that's not the case. It's just, okay, so here's where we walk through this. We're going to walk this walk. Brian was nothing to me and is nothing to me now and will be nothing to me. And therefore, it's more about like, there is no need to do this. And also, I'm going to be honest with you. I can't imagine ever reconciling with somebody that has said such hurtful things. So you know, no matter where they're coming from. I don't really care. I know how I started this. I basically wanted to come clean about my professional relationship with him. And ever since then, Brian has taken it down to a completely different new level. And I have no doubt that he has bot accounts. I have no doubt that some of the comments here are him. You know, it's just, there's no real benefit to it. There's no professional benefit. It doesn't affect me personally, so there's no personal benefit. I mean, if the guy moved next door to me, I would have to make amends because I live next door to these people. Like my neighbor next door, she's a very nice lady. My neighbors over there, they're all very nice. I talk to them. I'm a chatty girl, so you know that I would have to make amends if he moved into the house next door, not the house next door to the house next door. That's too far away. But directly across the street or on the side or behind, I would make amends because that's real life. He said I would move. The whole he started it first is so childish. Listen, it's childish, but not really. Listen, I started this with Brian. I started it. I went on my show, not my first show, my third show, and I said I wanted to bring this whole situation up, and I spoke my truth journey, which everybody apparently is allowed to do except Jessica Machado. I spoke my truth journey, and I put it out there, and it just turned into a bigger deal than I think it should have been. And I think the reason for that is because nobody was out there speaking their truth journeys until I showed up. And how I continue to talk about this is there's absolutely no way I'm going to come on here and be some fake ass bitch on a YouTube channel and getting along with this guy when the whole time I was crawling out of my skin wanting to not be near this guy and do these things. You know what I mean? I had too many professional engagements with him where I needed to draw the line. And I needed people to know, like, I am not like him. I don't want to do this stuff. And maybe somebody could have said, well, you could have just done what you wanted to do. And people would have been able to see the difference between the two of you. People were in my chat asking about Brian. Go back to those first 2-3 episodes. People were asking about Brian. And it was those questions that made me say, okay, I think I'm going to address this. A lot of the chat determines sometimes how I talk and what I say. I react to the chat. It's why I think the show is so much better now that I'm by myself and I interact with the chat more. You know what I mean? So, you know, it was the chat, and I recognized people were like, I think people just thought there would be some sort of partnership with him. You know what I mean? And I was like, let's just talk about that. You know what I mean? Let's clear the air about it. And you're right. There is a sensitivity problem there. And also at the same time, his channel was on the decline post Karen Read. And so it has turned into this much bigger thing. I will say he gets, oh my God, TT calling me while I'm on a live. What the fuck? And gonna have me come and pick her up right now. TT, are you in the chat? What was I saying? So yeah, it just got worse for him. You know what I mean? It just got worse. Got worse. I gotta see if this is what, I mean, if you guys want to wait, I can go see if it's TT and she wants me to go pick her up. I can't go pick up TT. I just can't. I can't bring her here. There's sickness. I cannot bring her here. Who is that guy? What guy? All right. It sounds to me like TT is looking for a ride and maybe she's got a half day at work. Okay, let's go. You guys are just down with the sickness. Oh my God. We're going to get TT. Hold on a second. I'm going to have to put you guys here. Don't go anywhere. I don't know. I don't know if I'm supposed to pick her up, but I haven't spoken to her. I'm going to put you on hold. Just hold on a minute. Let me call TT. Jesus Christ. TT, hold on. Oh, you're still here. Hold on. Let me just. Oh my God, Julia texting me. Hi, Mama. What? We got to call TT. Stand by. Great. Hi, are you all still here? Hello? Hello? Hi, are we all still here? I just need to make sure people can hear me. Great. Okay. Guess what? We're going to go get TT. It's all what you wanted, you degenerates. I knew it's what you wanted. I knew. We're going to go get TT. I've got to plug in my phone. She's not coming here. I'm not letting, she doesn't want to come here. But TT, look at you guys, woohoo. What's wrong with you? Let's take that ride. All right, TT. We're going to go get TT. Road trip. Hold on. Jesus. I'm out of coffee. I don't even, oh my, hold on. Hold on. Oh, jeez. Stand by. Don't go anywhere. Let's fix this. There we go. Okay. All right. Love TT time. You guys are crazy. Okay. Let's do this. Why does this keep happening? Why do I keep fucking this up? We're not going to buy our Dunkin'. We're going to make TT pay for it. Fuck. So I'm going to go pick up TT. What about Jeff, though? It's probably for the best. It's probably for the best that Jeff, I'm not going in right now. I also, Georgia is fine. I saw a text from her. She said she's taking a shower. So here's, TT doesn't drive. I don't know if we talked about this. TT has never driven one time. TT is a very nervous person. TT is not about that life. So TT doesn't drive. She has managed to make it through 49 and a half years of life and does not drive. And so I think what she wanted was, because Mike is at work, she wanted me to pick her up and bring her to my house for the afternoon. And then when Mike got out of work, he was going to pick her up, which I was totally fine with. But Jeff is sick, and she never called me yesterday and went over the plan. So now she was like, oh, no, forget it. Then if I'm not going to your house, then forget it. And I was like, well, do you need a ride home? And she's like, oh, I'll try to figure it out. And I was like, I'll just fucking come and get you. I'm doing a live. And so I'll go get TT. So we're leaving Somerset. We're going to Fall River. Lots and prayers for that. And then we are going to drive TT to New Bedford. And then we're going to drive back. If you want to stay with me for that, feel free. I get it. This is a lot. And I'm sorry, but also not sorry. Wait, this has been a 2 hour and 46 minute. Okay. So this is going to be another hour. Jesus. Okay. Also, I can't really see things on the screen. So it's just going to be me. Oh, somebody put a bunch of furniture out on the side of the road. Do I want any of that? The answer is no. All right, so let's go get TT. Oh, somebody, that house just put a big "don't tread on me" flag on their front porch, and I've never seen that before. Thought I knew every Republican in Somerset. All right, so we're going to go get TT. Great. Great. I'm not going to let my sister sit at work for 4 hours when she doesn't have to work. Sometimes people would ask me, like, when I didn't work and I was a stay-at-home mom, what do you do all day? This exact kind of stuff. I'm always available. I'm always around. I can always go and do things. Stand by. And if somebody sees TT in the chat, tell her to text Georgia and tell Georgia that I'm going to pick up TT. I'll do it when we stop, when I get to where TT works, and I'll text Georgia, but nobody's called me yet. So, all right, great. Could have been doing all of this driving when I was walking down. We've done so much this morning. I can't understand how anybody finds this even remotely entertaining. It's a sick, twisted reality show shit thing that we all get sucked into. I miss the real world. Miss the real world. Everything's bustling around today. Now, it's 10:30. When I started driving, it was 7:45. There's something wrong with me. That's making me question myself as a person. I wonder if any of these people driving in cars are listening to me right now. You gonna let me turn? Thanks. Thank you. This is the point where I would turn on the music and I would start singing, but I'd get demonetized. I don't want to do that. I don't want to strike. But at this point, I would turn on a playlist and I would start singing. So we can't do that. I'm in my Olivia Dean moment. I've been listening. Her whole album is amazing. It's very, very good. So there's that. Which way do we take? Do we take the highway or do we take let's just go this way. Oh, look where I'm driving past. Stopping at the light of the place where there should be a fucking sign that says welcome to Somerset. Let's turn. Right there. Right there is where the sign was. It's not there. Give me a sign. I can't chat while I'm getting on the bridge. Like I'm trying to be a safe driver. Come be the man I need. All right. Hold on. I can mentally get myself back to the to this in a second. Let's just get over the bridge. Let's just get on Duval Street. Remember the story I told you about the body in the middle of the road on 195 at night and the guy died? He was a twin from New York. This is the bridge that he was working on when he died. Also, a friend of mine in TT's, his name was Cliff Whalen. He died on this bridge. He got into an argument with his boyfriend and he opened the car door and he fell out and he died on this bridge. Yes, I have a story for everything. I don't know if anybody in the chat wrote that, but I'm assuming you're all thinking it as I just said that. Does this bitch have a story for every single solitary thing in place in her life? The answer is yes, I do. Yes, I have a story for everything. Do I embellish it and make it? Oh, look what they're building. They're building a sign that says, welcome to Fall River. Glad you guys get one. We don't have one. I'm on Duval Street. This is the I can't do this at the same time. This is the corridor that is completely redone. I did a story about it and how all of this land here is going to be developed into supposedly fancy restaurants and more apartments. This is where Jerry Remy's used to be, but it's now Barrett's. We have a really beautiful Bicentennial Park over here. It's down here. I used to play tennis at these tennis courts. Jazel Carrere used to play tennis. But this is the whole corridor. This is the whole thing that went on for years and years and years. Tons of money spent. Flattened all of this out. There was a higher part. They knocked that down. And now we have this road, which has honestly just been a mess for years. All of these beautiful lampposts, all of this walking path over here. This is all going to be built up eventually. There's one apartment building that got built ahead of all of this, basically to show you this is what we can have over here. I also have a story about this. Over here, there is, you'll see it coming up. See this pier right here? This is the Senator Thomas Norton Pier, City Pier, right there. They've had some events over here. It's really great. There's the Battleship. There's the Cove. That's Julia's restaurant she worked at when she was in high school and college. Jack works at Chili's in Somerset. That land for that pier was taken by the city by eminent domain from a man, and for decades they did nothing with it. So they took that land from a guy. He died, and ultimately, eventually, decades later, finally built that pier. This is Heritage State Park, which is where Fall River Celebrates America used to be. It's very nice. It's very well kept. Can you guys see this? I can't even tell if you're answering. I wish you could talk back to me. Over here is the Battleship and the carousel. Since we have a little bit of time to kill, let's turn. Well, we would be going this way anyway. So now we're going under the Braga Bridge, Fall River State Pier. Tons of corruption happening over there. Tons and tons of corruption. State Representative Carol Fiola's husband runs that. You do the math. Let's go in here and I'll show you what it looks like. So this is the carousel. And a new company is bought it and running it. Look how pretty it is. It's open from 7 to 9. They decorated. It's absolutely gorgeous. The carousel is upstairs. They have a store downstairs. They have like a little teddy bear making area down there. They're doing such a great job. And I worry that they're not going to make enough of money to keep it open. So go here. Maybe I could go here tomorrow, or we could just come here. But like, it's just really, really pretty. And it's a gem. And we have it here right next to the Battleship. And so I would like people to attend it and go. Fun fact, they rent that space for other things. Charles Braga Jr. Memorial Bridge. They rent that space there. And I have looked into it for Julia's bridal shower. I think we're going to do her bridal shower here. Look how pretty. Here's Battleship Cove. There's the big Mamie. Here's where all of the corruption is. This place is so corrupt. This is like, if I had 5 people working for me, we could expose so much corruption. This is a really great restaurant over here. It's Primo on Water Street. They have done such a great job. It's so cute. They used to own, oh, look, this person. That's it. Just turn around in the middle of the road. You got this. You can do it. No idea what goes on over here. This is some sort of whaling museum. I never see a soul here, ever. All right, here, we're on a field trip, so we'll take you to this. Right here, I am going to stop, so you're going to have to go around me. Just go around me. See this right here? It doesn't look like much. See this building? This used to be what I thought was the best bar in the city. It was called the Black Rabbit. And I even wrote a story about it. And it was great. And it's closed. And I'm dying to know what it's like inside. I am not getting out of the car to go and look. But maybe if it were warmer, I would definitely go in and start peeking in windows. But it doesn't look like much. But the Black Rabbit was a hop-in, no pun intended, bar back in the day when Jeff and I first got married. And we used to go here all the time. And there would be so many people outside. And it was so great. And I loved it. And I don't know why it closed. Also, fun fact, you won't be able to see it. So I'm going to slowly, oh, there's a car coming, stand by. Okay, over here. Did I pass it? Oh, it's behind me, shoot. There is a baseball bat manufacturing building right behind me. This is just, I don't know. Anyway. All right, we have a minute. Do you want me to show you something? Oh God, yellow light. Okay, listen, I'm going to take you on a quick field trip. This is crazy. Okay, see where we are? Okay, we're going to go down here. Don't ask questions. Okay, just don't ask a question. If you're from this area, you will know exactly what I'm about to do. If you're not from this area, you will have no idea. I don't like the way that man is looking at me. Hi. Okay, just don't ask questions. Okay, see where we are? This is Mills. Okay, just don't ask. Okay. Field trip. Jesus. You're not going to be able to understand where we are right now. So, Fall River, you saw the river that I showed you earlier. That is the river in between Somerset and Fall River. But there was another river in Fall River called the Quequechan River, and it ran through the center of the city, which is where City Hall is right now. And many, many decades ago, they blocked off that river and stopped it from flowing through the city and changed the whole dynamic of the city. Okay. But what they did is they redirected the river underneath things. Okay. Oh, can you hold on? You need me to move? Give me a minute. I'm not supposed to be here, y'all. Hold on. There's a trash truck. Hold on. This is chaotic. Ask no questions. Just don't ask. Everything says no parking, but I'm just going to be here for a minute. Just shh. Shh. Okay. Here's where the Quequechan River is now. See where we are? So here we are underneath all of these mills, and that is where the Quequechan River has been redirected through all these years. I think you can see it over here as well. Here it is. See? Goes underneath this building, and then it goes underneath here, and then it flows. The biggest river, this whole city was built around this. All of the mills were built around it. And then, of course, modern man came in and was like, yeah, we're going to get rid of this so we can build. And this flows all the way down to the Taunton River. It's so majestic. I am officially frozen, just so you know. Oh, I feel like I'm observing something that nobody should be observing over there. I don't know what's going on. Where are those kids going? Is that a Somali daycare? What's happening? Oh my God, it's so cold. Okay, how do we feel about that? I can see you all now. Hi. Heat immediately. How is that? Is that fun? Is everybody okay with that? I am out in the wild with no bra. Okay. All right, let's reconnect you. Whew. You're welcome. That was fun. Yes, they use the river to power the mills. And then again, as we became more sophisticated, oh God, it's so cold. we became more sophisticated. They basically built a city over it. You know, well, the city was always there, but I don't know the whole history. But can I turn around here? Will there be enough space? Oh, so you know, I think it's crazy that there are people that live in Fall River who have never seen this, who don't know it exists. I've known it's been here for a long time. When I worked for Fall River Reporter, it was one of the first things I did was came and did a video about it to show people. And I was shocked at how many people had absolutely no idea. So yeah, this is where we are. This is, what is the sign on that door? I don't know what's going on that door where those children went in, but whatever. So anyway, that's that. Oh, this trash truck is behind me again. They're probably like, this girl is such a menace. All right, let me turn out of here. There we go. Okay, that was fun. And that was just on the way to go get TT. I should have put a bra on. I should not be doing this in public like this with a sweatshirt and pajama pants nonetheless. They're Gap pajama pants. They're not those fleecy ones with like SpongeBob on them, but you know, the parent pickup uniform of the stay-at-home parent. We're getting closer to TT. Stand by. She's oh, I just got a message from her. I will be out in 10 minutes. Okay, so we're going to try to find a parking space and then we can chat and I can read some comments and then TT will be here and I will force her to get me a drink. How's everybody doing? I'm in my PJs. I did not expect this. I should have picked up TT and brought her with the field trip. TT is dressed nicely for her government job. She's not get with the TT wouldn't get out of the car on a bad day. Like in sweats, she wouldn't do that. No, TT is not like her sister. Field trips with TT would be like we're going to Ulta. Let's go look for some makeup. That's field trips with TT. Motion for anybody. Somebody sent a super chat. I just can't see it. Or maybe there's a few. There says there's 5. Can somebody acknowledge them in the chat for me? I can't see them. And I'm in peak Fall River driving. We're in downtown city, Fall River. Passing the Lizzie building. This goddamn trash truck is still behind me. Leave me alone. What did I ever do to you other than block your way while I was checking out the Quequechan River? By the way, do you know how you spell Quequechan? Quequechan. Quequechan. Queue. I think. That would be crazy if I was being aggressive about this and I don't even know how to spell it right. I think it's Quue. Of course, there's no parking over here. Of course. Oh, there's one. We're going to parallel park, besties. Stand by. Smooth as fucking butter. Not even a redirect one time. In. Boom. Perf. All right. Oh, wow. I'm so good at that. I think it's because I'm a lefty. I'm not sure. But anyway, all right. Let's read some comments. How's everybody doing? Spent $99 for gas. That's so generous. Thank you. Does your ex still own the house he wouldn't let you keep? No. It was, thank you. It was foreclosed on. He just let it go to foreclosure. We could have kept it. But so I'm a lefty and TT's a righty. We're opposite twins in every sense of the way. How is this so much fun? Oh, I love parallel parking. It's my favorite. I'm so good at it. I only like the things I'm good at. If I said I hate parallel parking, it's because I'm not good at it. I love it. I do think it's because I'm a lefty. I'm ambidextrous, actually. So I write with my left hand. I write, like my writing is with my left hand, but I bat right. I use right-handed scissors. And I think that's because when I was in kindergarten, they never had lefty scissors for me. And I know that they used to. Remember when you were in school, the lefty scissors had like a green handle on them, so they were made differently. They were very hard to come by. So I think I don't know if it was a taught thing, but I bat right. Like in softball, I'm batting right-handed. I'm throwing right, by the way. Left is not my strong hand for anything other than writing. I throw with my right. I bat with my right. I cut scissors with my right. The only thing I do with my left is I write, and I have really great handwriting too. I remember when I was in kindergarten though, they didn't think that I was a lefty because I had a twin sister who was a righty. And so that just seemed too perplexing for them. And so they forced me to try to use my right hand for a long time. And so I don't know. I remember just doing my left-handed stuff really, really well so that they would believe me. I'll never forget, I was in kindergarten at St. Peter and Paul, and we had a picture of an owl to color in, and it had feathers on it. And back in the 80s, there was a big deal. There was Crayola crayons, but I had a box that had fluorescence in it. And I outlined each line dark, and then I colored in each feather light. And I will never forget the teacher's assistant. Her name was Mrs. Burt, and she was the mother of the principal of the school. And she was our teacher assistant in kindergarten. And she held up my drawing and she said, "Everybody in class, look at how beautiful Jessica colored her owl." And it was the first time my artwork was ever acknowledged, which set me on a path of needing adulation in art forever and ever and ever. Oh my God, it's the same trash truck. How are we having constant conversations about trash? Again. There's lots of things to observe in Fall River. Lots of people. Oh God. Okay. Anyway. My husband was a lefty, but the teachers in Italy literally beat him until he used his right hand. Yes, they really tried to make me use my right hand. But I guess at some point I reasoned that it was messier with my right hand. So don't make me do right. Let me show you what I can do with my left. My kids write right and play. I can't read the comments. I use right-handed scissors with my left hand because they didn't have enough left-handed scissors. Yes. Jess, do you paint in watercolor? I use acrylic paints now when I'm painting. Oh, some lady just came. A clerk just ran out of the courthouse and she's looking for somebody. But the people that ran, everything is actually kind of making sense for me right now. So 3 people ran out of the courthouse and ran up the side of the street. And now there is a clerk and she is running out and she's searching everywhere for these people. I would want to intervene, but I don't know what she's trying to catch them for, to be quite honest with you. Did they do something bad? Do they need something? In my opinion, if it was serious, it'd be a court officer. So I'm not going to intervene. I'm just not. But it's because I didn't want to say where I was. I'm out in front of the courthouse. And I think TT's already talked about it, her government job. She's a probation officer. But these 3 people ran out of the courthouse and they didn't look serious. I mean, like it was fun. It looked like they were running. And I was like, oh, okay, what's that all about? And that's why I said it's always a day in the Riv. And then a clerk who I know from the the clerk's office, ran out and looked up the street. So not sure what was happening over there. I'm just staying out of it. I was not meant to be out in the wilds like this today. We have not brushed our teeth. We are in pajamas. We can't step out of this car. And we already did that. We went for a walk. Look at this car backing up. Don't do that. Jeez. There's a lot going on out here. If it were summer and it was warmer, it's very different. I spent a lot of time at this courthouse. This is where all of my court cases were. This is where I was arraigned. This is where my arraignments happened. This is where my magistrate. It's very funny. I've come full circle in life. The first time I ever had to go into this courthouse had to do with my court cases and getting charged and arraigned with these restraining orders and things. First time. It was during COVID. And I remember walking in with such shame and embarrassment and just feeling mortified, not wanting to make eye contact with people, keeping my head down, only talking to my attorney, sitting in corners, you know what I mean? And then look at this bitch. Look at this bitch. And then I started coming here to cover court cases and look at her. Look. Do you see her? She knows she's on camera. She looks great today. Look at this outfit. TT looks great. Hi, TT. Look at the besties are loving your outfit. It's so stylish. What's that bag?
The back is
Wait, don't get in. Just show the outfit.
Oh, it's thrown together today. I had nothing. I had an office day. These are Halara pants. Oh,
Hold on. Can you guys see her? Hold on. Can you guys see
They
T?
look horrible.
Okay, go ahead.
So these are my Steve Madden wannabe Chanel flats. These are the whole viral Halara dress pants that feel like I don't know what. They're amazing. This is just a Shein top, and this is like a TJ Maxx sweater. J. Crew, Amazon, and this is my $7.99 Amazon bag. And J. Crew sunglasses. Hair done by TT. Hi, everybody. Hi, it's the besties. Hi, besties. It's all my friends.
I can't put the camera on me, obviously. I don't even have a bra on. I wasn't meant to do this. Because
You didn't have to. I was just going to end up staying at work. And then I was just like,
TT is saying, everybody's saying, oh my God, TT outfit of the day. I love it. $8 the bag. You're probably going to have to link it. Let me see it.
actually, no,
What
I
is
can't
that?
because I got to find it. It was one of my influencers.
Oh, this is nice, huh?
This is one of my influencers that I follow, that they post all of those.
Everybody's saying, oh my God, TT, very nice. Oh my God, she is so cute. Beautiful. Beautiful. Happy New Year,
Stop.
TT.
So another thing too is I want to get out of there today is because it's Dad's anniversary. So I was like, I'm fucking out of here. See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya. I was like, bye. So
Where'd she get the sunglasses?
J. Crew Factory.
J. Crew Factory. Hold on. Let me just answer all the questions in case.
Okay.
Okay. I missed it all, but go back to the chat.
All right.
Okay. All right. Let me put this up.
Going back to the chat. You don't have
I
to-
can't put the camera on. No,
No.
I don't even have a
So
fucking phone.
we have the bell.
It's just audio.
Oh, so we're gonna do a chit chat.
Oh, God.
Coffee talk with TT.
Speaking of that,
You want a coffee?
maybe
I can get you coffee if you want one.
I do my morning drive, even though George is not at
So
school.
what do you do? Go drive around?
I go and get a coffee at Society,
Oh,
and I say I'm going to keep it to an hour. I go down to the waterfront. I drive around by my.
How does Nan still feel about your society coffee? I don't know why that sticks out for me.
Because Nan doesn't like it. She says I'm fat
I
and I shouldn't
understand.
have my coffee.
Dude, did you tell your followers that somebody, when you posted Merry Christmas, somebody said go eat a salad on your ex account?
Jamie, that is every day.
I can't believe people say such things. It's so horrid.
There-
It's just so
Don't
bad.
ever go on X
I don't.
because
I have no plans.
there's a whole account that is made
dedicated
to me. My ass. The picture is my ass.
The most social media I have is I have an Insta, which I love, and I have my Facebook, which I've been barely even doing anything with. I will never get any other forms of social
Oh my
media.
God, look at this lady.
Shawoosh goodies. Oh,
Look at her.
oh, God bless her. God bless Senora. Oh, God bless her. She's a style icon.
She's a style icon.
She is. She probably knitted that shit. That's talent. That's talent. I wish I knew how to knit. Wow, look at how fabulous that was my old hair salon. I used to go there. It's fabulous.
All right, go ahead.
Anyway, what was I talking about?
I don't know. I gotta.
Oh, I have no other social media but Insta and
You wouldn't survive on X. I'm just letting you know.
and all my shit, especially since you've blown up, all my shit is on lockdown. And you know what the funny thing is that so when you post a story on Facebook,
You have them connected.
no, I do, but I have to delete them. But some reason, remember back in the day, you would only see the people that followed you.
Yes,
Like,
but
watch a
people, if
story.
it's public, people can see it, but you can't see their names, right?
Oh, no. Now I can see random names
On Instagram.
on Facebook. Because I'm
No.
one Jessica. I'm telling you right now, I have people that are watching my story. I don't even know who they are. And I think it's some of your besties.
You need to screenshot those and
I
send it to me.
will. I'll have to do it next time. Like sometimes you see, like
I didn't think you could see people who weren't your friends. It
I
always
think
said,
it's
like, if you put up
mutual
a story,
now.
it would
Yes,
say you have
there's
50. Right.
19 people at the bottom that others.
You say 19. I go, you have 50 people watching it.
No, I
but-
used to have one ever since I've been on your show. I have anywhere from like 12 to 25.
They're stalking.
That's okay.
Some are good.
If they're
The majority
nice,
are good, but
I was just gonna say if they're nice people, I don't mind. But that's the reason why everything's on private.
am I stopping anywhere for you? Do you
No,
need
I
anything?
don't have to do anything unless you want a coffee.
It's coffee,
All right.
not a coffee. No, and I don't
Okay.
need one.
All right. I had one already at work.
This is just
I
chaotic
almost-
driving here.
I almost have it like a
Have you been to this place?
It's closed down.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Shut the fuck up.
Yes, it's closed down. It's already closed.
It's only been open for a couple months.
Since the summer. Apparently, I think they're going through a nasty divorce.
That I'm talking about the Counting House, which is like this bar in Fall River that
Closed.
I didn't know it was closed.
Closed. Shut down.
It had such a big deal about it.
Do you actually know who posted about that? Because I actually forgot about it. Karen Charette. Karen Charette's like, oh, what's going on with this place? I was gonna go here, and they started some of her oldie but goodie.
Oh my God,
connects
all
was
the
like,
money they put into that. It has a
gorgeous.
full kitchen.
gorgeous inside.
You know
Absolutely
what?
gorgeous.
I drove by on the way to get you.
Where?
Black Rabbit.
What a great place that was.
I know.
Oh my God.
I want to see what's inside.
It ended up being another bar after that.
No,
Yeah. Was named something else.
no,
See, Senora. And then what ended up
no, it
happening?
wasn't.
Yes, after the Black Rabbit, it became something else.
Did
I
they
went
change
in-
it?
Not the inside, but it was like, you know, when something is something and then somebody buys it and then kind of they don't
Cheapens
change it, but they change the vibe.
I
They
didn't even know
changed
it was
yeah.
something else. I
'Cause it
loved
wasn't
that
far-
bar.
It wasn't far from my house, so sometimes we would go in there.
I remember so many great nights outside there.
Oh, it
the
was so great.
like the courtyard area was so
They
nice.
one time, like we went there to go watch a game. Like
Yeah.
they had a TV outside.
The only
like,
problem is they didn't have a kitchen.
no,
So they had no food.
But it was a great place.
Yeah, I loved
Another
it.
place that somebody should revamp, but they won't
No.
because there's no money. Everybody wants to develop this waterfront down here in Fall River, but you go downtown and you've got windows smashed in and boarded up. Like, who wants to pay $2,300 a month for rent for something that you can only go and enjoy 3 months out of the year, and then your downtown looks like it's been through freaking World War III?
Well, it's not like New Bedford. Bedford figured it out.
It's still New Bedford figured it out to a certain degree, but definitely 10 times better.
Do you have George's phone number in your phone?
I do.
Can you call her for me?
We text sometimes. Let's see. Even though their TT is getting old, they really should keep in touch. All right, Georgia. Caller, do you want me?
Just call her.
All right.
Put her on speaker's fine.
Okay. So yeah, I was like, I'm out of here. Like I was literally doing nothing. I was like a week ahead of my.
Poor Georgia might not answer this because she's
No,
like, why?
She's like, why is
TT?
TT calling?
She might not have you saved.
No, she has me
Oh.
saved. She's hi Georgia, it's TT. I'm calling for mommy. I'm with mommy.
Hi. Hi. You're still sleeping? I thought you were up. Okay. How are you feeling? Okay. I ran out this morning to do my 24 and 24, and now I picked up TT and I'm bringing her home, and then I'll be back. I'll call you on my way home. Please get up. Please get up. I thought you were up.
Feel better, Georgia. Stay in bed. It's vacation. Goodbye.
Okay, bye. We're not done. Call Jack.
Oh, for the love,
I have to call all three of them. Julia texted me as well.
is
But if
Julia home?
at her house,
She didn't work today.
I don't know. I got a hi mama, but I can't respond because I'm on.
All right, I'll call her too. I'll call Jackie next.
Sorry to the besties, but I have to do these things right now because now we're going into the 11 o'clock hour.
What do you stay on for?
Generally, I try to stay to an hour. It usually goes 2 hours, but now we are going on 3 hours and 24 minutes.
I'm sure they're loving it. This one's not.
When I
picking
threw
up.
the idea that I was going to come and pick you up, they were all like, let's do it. Call him back. This fucking kid.
Hold on, you're leaving out his voicemail.
He slept at Abby's. They had a party. And so I let him.
Wow, aren't you being lenient?
Oh my God. Are those two dead swans in the middle of the.
No, what
It was frozen. I don't want to look at that.
Oh, hello, Jackie. Oh, Jackie, I'm calling for mom. She's right here.
Hi. I'm on a live stream. I had to pick up TT and I'm bringing her home. I just wanted to touch base with you. You're not working today, correct? Hello?
No.
Okay. Are you going to be coming home and then going back to Abby's?
Eventually.
Okay. Can we make it sooner than later, like in an hour? I need to go pick up a couple things from the studio. And I needed you to come with. It's just going to take an hour.
That would be nice to know.
I know. I didn't get a chance to call you or message you. Clock. Can you be home around 12 o'clock?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Or why? Do you have plans during the day? I thought there were no plans during the day and you were just going back at night.
Just like I was gonna come by and change and shower and stuff. But like,
I didn't realize it was just a temporary stop. I thought you were coming home.
no.
Okay, forget it. All right. Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
Who's next?
Julia.
I have her saved in my phone as Latonia. You got dead air right now.
Besties will talk amongst themselves.
Entertaining themselves.
They are friends in the chat. They'll just talk
Oh.
together. Hi, it's mom. Hi.
Who,
Wait,
who are you with?
Hannah.
Hannah.
What are you guys doing?
Unexpectedly, I'm on a live stream, so just keep that in mind. I did my morning live stream and then this bitch texted me and was like, oh, can I come to your
Spring.
house?
Yeah.
Come pick me up and spring me for my job, but she can't come over because Jeff is sick. So I just picked her up and I am bringing her home.
Oh.
I take it you're not working today, obviously.
No.
Okay. I couldn't read your message. I just saw that you sent one that said, hi, mama. So I'm
Where
calling
are you guys?
We're in the car.
Where are you going?
I'm hands free.
Where are you going?
We're getting our eyebrows done.
Fabulous.
Where are you getting your eyebrows done?
I'm gatekeeping.
She will not share it. I don't think the chat can hear you, but
That's okay.
Well, I'm still gatekeeping.
She's not telling anybody. That's fine.
All right, I was just out doing my morning coffee run and it turned into this. And so I can't get off my phone because I have a live stream going, so I can't call you. So I had TT, so I made it.
All I did was say hi, I love you.
Oh, that's it. Hi.
I love you.
I love you too. How was your chicken parm?
It was so good.
Yay.
You
Yeah.
cooked?
She cooked.
It was so good. It tasted like a restaurant. It was that good.
It was
So
she
proud.
cooked. And you wore your apron.
Yeah, I have an apron now. Yeah. It was really good.
Yay.
I have leftover.
Yay. Hannah, when are you leaving?
Sunday.
Okay, still time.
Okay.
Yeah. We do whatever you say.
Okay.
I know. I need everybody to just be healthy. So that
I know.
Like, I'm gonna come over today.
I would avoid. Jeff is down bad. Georgia is better. She's out and about.
You
Like,
have germs, do you?
I'm fine. I've been, knock on wood, I've been fine.
Mike's sick too.
Yeah. Are you home for New Year's, Julia?
No, sure.
Oh, you guys are going to Newport.
No, we're not anymore.
Oh, why?
Because it just kind of fell through. Everything was sold out. All the tickets were sold out.
So what are you doing?
The bar. We're just having dinner and then going back to my house.
Yay. Where are you having dinner?
I'm gatekeeping.
Okay.
She says. Okay.
What about TT's supposed to go to dinners?
You talk about it offline. Talk about it offline.
All right. All right. Love you.
All right, that's it. I just wanted to touch base.
Love you, Hannah.
Love you.
Love you, Hannah.
Love you, my
Love you.
child.
All right, bye. Love you. Call me later.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
Bye, kids.
Bye. Bye.
All right.
Bitch is gatekeeping her eyebrows and her dinner location.
That's all right. Because when she asks me, TT, how'd you make that? I said, bitch, I'm gatekeeping.
So yesterday I put out to the chat that I needed recommendations for dresses.
Oh, yes, you did send me the picture that your bestie sent.
Yeah.
I must say, they did a very good job.
Like somebody said, I have 200 personal shoppers. They all just
They,
found
did,
dresses.
they really did. There was that last one that I
Yeah.
sent you.
Yeah.
That's the neckline. That's
I know, I love
great.
it.
No, they
But-
did a great job.
But somebody, I messaged her. Well, she messaged me and we were going back and forth. She swears by this person that does brows. She's been going there forever. She sent me a picture and I was sold.
Why, you gonna go get your brows done?
Yes.
What are you gonna do?
That it's nothing about the wedding. It is one of my biggest problems I have on camera is my brows look absolutely terrible. I'll show you. I'll send you
So
the
I
picture.
have a question. What are we doing with our brows? Are we just gonna go get them? Are we doing like the microblading? Or are we just gonna go get
I'm
them
not sure
threaded?
what this lady does, but exactly what that lady has is what I want. And her brow shape, I know is exactly what I want. She sent me a picture of herself and I was like, I want exactly that. I don't know how they achieve it. I don't know the cost. I don't know the answer,
I know there's a lot of different things.
but I'm
that
going to
we
go
do.
to this lady and I'm going
Where
to do,
is she local?
she's not local.
Where is she?
I think it's Stoughton.
Oh, that's not that bad.
And she's like, it's going to be worth it. And I am like, I will
Good,
just,
you should. If you feel like that's something you want to
is that something that's expensive to maintain?
I don't, it depends what they're doing. I don't know.
Like
there
if this is a one-time thing,
there are some people who do, if it's a microblading thing, like sometimes you only have to go once a year,
okay,
or once every 7 months.
okay, that's, I can handle that.
It's a little pricey if you do it. I just don't
Like how
know.
much are we talking?
Like, I don't know. I've known some people that have gone to microblading and it's cost them $400.
Shut the fuck! I'm not doing that. What? Bestie, you messaged me about brows. It better not
But
be
it depends. It
$400.
depends what they're doing. I don't know what they're
I
doing.
don't know
They do
either.
the tin. They do like this tin thing that lasts for like a month, and then they get the shape going. Like
No.
that could be less than 100. I don't know what they're doing.
I don't know
That's the
either.
reason why fucking Wet n Wild is on.
$400.
That's why Wet n Wild is on my eyebrows.
I just need
99
something a little bit
cents.
more permanent.
I definitely would love to get my eyebrow like Mandy down in Florida. My
Yeah.
bestie in
Oh,
Florida.
yeah. She has good
She
brows.
got hers done in Florida, and I'm going to tell you right now, it's worth the $79 flight to go down there, pay the price to go down there and do it.
Well, I think there's probably somebody up. I'm gonna go see. I'm gonna find out.
It's cheaper in Florida to get it done, obviously.
I'm flying to Florida, Jamie, to get my fucking brows done.
I would fly to Florida for Botox.
Somebody in the chat was like, we're gonna go get TT, and on the way I stopped Do you know where the Kukashan River is? Where it
Yes.
goes under the mill?
Yeah,
Okay, I stopped there
yeah.
and somebody was like, oh, you should have picked up TT and gone on this field trip with TT. And I was like, if we do a field trip with TT, we're going to like Ulta. It's the kind of field trip TT wants,
No,
like
I mean,
makeup.
typically do that field trip. It's just
Not dressed like that.
I was at work.
That's what I said.
I'm doing nothing.
I just have to put a little bit of investment. And then my friend Melissa, she does nails and she messaged me and she was like, I'm just going to do your nails for you. Let's
Nice.
start now.
I had to stop doing my nails because it was very expensive. So what I think I'm gonna do after like the New Year is done and everything's settled down, I think I'm gonna go because I was doing gel and it was so expensive. So I think I'm gonna go get another set on and just do old school acrylic. And because obviously it ruins my nails. Like my nails were so long underneath that they all split and broke. Like I have one that's like half gone because of it. So I think I'm just gonna do old school acrylic. It's cheaper and and try it again. Because listen, after January 1st, it's all wedding all the time.
Don't say the date.
No, I'm not. I said after January, but we also have our 50th coming up in 3 months now.
I know.
That's insane.
I know.
Like insanity. I really would love Botox for my 50th.
What?
Yes. Don't knock the things that I cherish.
Somebody said Jeff is in the chat. Can somebody Jeff, just to let you know, I was doing my morning drive and TT needed to be picked up from work. And so I have driven out to
The
go
guy
get
is-
TT and I'm bringing TT home and then I'm coming back.
The guy's got the flu and he's in your chat.
Somebody just said Jeff is in the chat,
Oh, wow.
but I can't call him because I'm on the
I'm not calling him. He doesn't even answer my texts half the time. I text him and he never answers me.
It's not just you.
It's like, does he know how to work a phone?
He doesn't communicate.
Apparently, some marriage.
He answers my text, just not
Of
yours.
course he does. He doesn't answer anybody's text.
If you need to talk to Jeff, text me.
I know. And then well, half the time when my husband's trying to get a hold of him, Mike is like, can you call your sister and tell Jeff to look at his phone?
That's the way to do it.
I was like, Jesus Christ.
I can't see things going on, but it says someone gifted 5 memberships. I could see that.
That's
So I
sweet.
want to
I
say
love
thank
when
you
they
for
do
that.
I love that. I'll be doing that after the first of the year again.
The besties are great.
I love the besties. They're nice people.
What, you'll be doing that after the first of the year? You're going to come in the chat and start like
Gifting.
the godmother just gifting memberships?
God. You get a membership. You get a membership. Everybody gets a membership. Loves it. I love zits. Listen, it's fine. It's
Also,
fine.
my plan to go to, and Jack is not being honest. I did mention to him this week we were going to the studio. I need to go to the studio. I've got to get stuff out of the studio.
I honestly would have done that with you. You
Does Mike
asked
have
me.
a day off where he can come and get the stuff that you're taking to the
He
office?
does not
How
have
are
a
we
day
going to
off.
move that into your office?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Can you bring things in regular business hours?
It must be because my assistant chief just brought in a microwave and a mini fridge. I don't know
That's
how
what
it
you're gonna
works
get.
out. Yeah, but I don't know how it works out. Let me ask on Monday how I can work this.
Got to get it out soon. Like
Well,
he's
just bring
already.
it to your house. I'll
I'm
get
not fucking bringing it, Jamie. You want me to move a whole thing? It's a big shelf with all these shelves and a mini
Well,
fridge.
I'm done till Monday.
And
I'm not working.
well, then I'll
Friday.
just leave it there until then. He'll be fine with it. But I'm not going to move it all to my
All
house.
right, let me ask how to work
So
it.
bring it from Fall River to Somerset, then from Somerset to Fall
All
River.
right. Oh my God, you talk to me like you talk to your kids.
When you mention stupid shit, just bring it to your house. Just go to your studio, pack up your mini fridge, your microwave, the big stand that it goes on, the coat rack.
Shit, I held on to a fucking mattress.
Bring
for
it to
2
your
years
house.
for you.
Bring it to your house and then bring
I
it from
held
your.
on to a mattress for 2 fucking years for you.
Oh,
that you
big
never went and
fucking
got. and
deal,
which I gave
Jamie.
to the city of New Bedford.
Big deal.
What's going on over here?
What's this? This is a
What is
lot.
this?
This is a war zone.
I live in a fucking war zone. I don't make enough of money to
Oh,
buy.
over here on our left-hand side is the Dunkin' where they know TT by name.
They do.
Although I say that, I know obviously Lucy by name and she knows me, but
yeah, so
this-
don't talk shit.
she walks in here and she's like the assistant deputy mayor of
But I
New
don't know
Bedford.
where my guy is. He had surgery on his foot and now he's gone again. So I don't know where he is.
Did you ask them?
No, I was going to ask him this morning because I only go in there when I don't run out of coffee at my house. And I'm like,
Call them right now
Where's
and
my
ask
guy?
where is the guy
I
who
don't
had
know
surgery?
his name.
What if it went septic?
No, please don't say that. He's the best ever. He's been working at Dunkin' forever. He's like the
Forever,
managers.
ever, forever,
What am I gonna do with myself?
I was gonna let this car go, but it just doesn't seem like it's an option for me.
Yeah, nah. I'm still trying to figure out what the fuck they're building over here.
Oh, what do you mean? You don't have to try to figure it out. Just go to your city.
I don't do anything in this city but
Jamie, you do know that if you
Right.
see something like that happening, you never have to wonder what that is.
all right.
If you never have to go, gee, I
not
wonder what they're building. You just go.
Stop using my government name.
You can go to like your zoning board and just go online.
These are the things
Pull
that
up your
I
phone.
have. These are the things that I have you for.
Pull up your phone.
I don't like to look
Do
at my phone in the car.
New Bedford zoning board agenda.
Hold on.
And you're going to see all the
New
agendas.
Bedford zoning board agenda.
This bitch drives by this every day and is like, geez, I wonder what's
I
happening
don't
here.
want to do this.
So look,
This is too much.
look. So this is a website where they're going to have, so these are all of the meetings and they'll all have agendas. And then you can click on an agenda
This is Pope Street.
and then you can do Control F and you can type in Pope Street. And then you
no,
will
this
look,
is Coggeshall.
okay, Coggeshall. You can look at Coggeshall Street and you will find what that permit is and what it's going to be for. And
do it. Thank
you can find the date of it and then you can go
I
find the
am not-
corresponding
I will
meeting.
be surprised when they put up the fucking building. That is way too much work. This is the shit you do. I don't do this shit. I just go, oh, look it. It's a Dunkin'. Oh, look it. It's a Starbucks. Oh, look it. It's an Autopop. Like,
If I see them breaking ground, I know what's going there before. I do not let that. What do you mean? I need to know.
Shut up.
What if it's something that's going to go there and we don't want it? We have.
What would I not want? Something of convenience? Is it a couple and Fox? Yes, I
Well,
want one.
for example,
It's damn Diet Coke on tap.
for example, in Somerset, they were thinking about putting a. This is gonna sound stupid. They were thinking about putting a oil change place on the corner near where Cumbies
Why
is,
would you want that?
because that's going to be a lot of crazy traffic over
Oh
there.
my God, you sound like an old person.
And sometimes you need to be able to stop things and
Oh.
cause and be a menace before it happens.
Lord, never. Why would that not be something of convenience?
I would never let a foundation go down in my town and not know what's going to be there. There's no way they're pouring concrete and I don't know what it
I'm
is.
surprised the town.
And she just drives by. She goes, "Oh, wonder what that's." I have no idea what that is. Days and days passes by.
I like the surprise. It's gonna be like, hey, surprise. And then I was even saying yesterday as we go by, because I make a comment every day, and so does my husband. We are like two old Portuguese people. I go, oh, I wonder what that's gonna be. And then he goes, me too. I said, but Michael, look, it doesn't look like it's gonna have enough of pocket. Do you think they're gonna have pocket?
Yeah, those are things that get discussed at zoning board of appeals meetings. You don't even have to wonder. Sometimes those things don't even get approved because they don't have enough of parking. So somebody may say, hey, I want to put a restaurant here, and they'll go, how much off-street parking do you have? Right? And maybe they only have 5
Oh
spaces.
my God, this is too much.
Then all of the neighbors show up and then they go, we don't want all these cars parked in our streets.
There's
No. And then they
neighbors.
get it declined. I'm just talking to you about how
I don't care.
municipalities run, Jamie.
I don't care.
You're here.
You're here. No, so I'm here. So
Okay, bye.
are you gonna get out?
Yes, Jamie, I've got to go.
You've got to go.
This
You
is
don't want to
all-
come upstairs for a cup of chat?
Get the Jamie, get out of my fucking car. I don't even belong here. It's 11:30. I'm in New Bedford. I don't know how I
You
got
went
here.
for a cocktail.
Don't say that to the chat. They will
I
be like,
totally
the
would went for a
Venmos will start showing up. They're
I
like, here,
totally would have went for
Okay.
a cocktail.
goodbye.
But I guess I'm gonna have to go upstairs.
Jamie, I don't have a bra on. I'm in pajamas.
That
Look at my face.
Don't film me. Fuck off. Bye, besties. Happy New Year. You're a hooker.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
I give besties love me.
Bye.
Bye.
Jesus.
I'm glad to be home because I'm getting lots of deliveries today. So you know how you bought me that frying pan for Christmas?
Yeah.
I fell in love with it so much. Target had like a small pan on sale. I think I paid $59.99. So I had a gift certificate for Target. So I paid $9. So I have that getting delivered today. I have a heat protectant getting delivered today. I've got some picture frames, cat litter. There's quite a few deliveries today. So and part of my Shein order got delivered yesterday. I did a little mini Shein haul.
Of course.
Of course I did. All right, that's all. I gotta go.
Bye.
Bye.
I can't. I can't. Cat. Cat. There's a fire truck trying to turn down the street. I don't belong here. I can just tell you that to be true. All right. That's that. Hope it was worth it for all of you. And because you're all still here. Oh, that doesn't work. Get off of that. Because you're all still here, we are staying for the drive home. Let me read any comments. Anything I need to know? Has anything happened in the world while I've been on this live stream for 3 hours and 40 minutes? Has anything happened? Anything happening? Do I need to know anything happened? Anything? Because we got 1 minute before I start driving. Just cracking up, that's all. Okay, perfect. Okay, all right, ride home. Okay, I don't know what to tell you guys. That is not a show. That is life. That is just how things are with TT and me. This is all just very normal. You're witnessing to it. We should call the show Bear Witness. Just bear witness to this. Okay. We deposited the twin. She is home. It is hot in this car. Let's shut that down. I didn't get a coffee or out of it. I can't have a coffee. I didn't even get anything. I got nothing. Okay. All right. It is a little chaotic down here where she lives. The street's very tight. There's cars on both sides. People drive around here very fast. Let's just get out of here and get on the highway. Let's just get on 195. Sometimes, look at this car. Get the fuck over there. So sometimes when I run through my scenarios where I'm dying, which happens frequently, like on any given day, you know that. Go ahead, just go, just go. Yep, take your time. Sometimes when I run through scenarios in my head, like, oh, that's a new pain, that's a new tumor, or, you know, I'm assuming you all get to a certain age where you think, this is it, today's the day. The only consolation I ever feel about if something should happen to me is that my twin sister will still be alive and she will basically take over mothering my children for me. And it's a very wonderful feeling that TT still exists. So TT has to outlive me just so she can carry on the crazy. I will tell you, there's nobody that dresses like my sister at Fall River District Court. She's the best dressed person there. Nobody puts in that kind of effort. She's very stylish. I don't have nearly the style TT has. I was thinking of doing a meet and greet for me and my shows at some point after the first of the year. And I think we should just do a TT meet and greet. I'm just going to whore her out to the best seats. You're going to pay $25 to come to a restaurant and you get to sit and talk to TT about cat litter. You should see TT and I at a casino. We went 2 years ago for our birthday. We always go to Brick Alley Pub in Newport for our birthday dinner. at some point, usually the Sunday before or after. It's tough because our birthday is March 15th and it is usually St. Patrick's Day. Obviously, not usually. It is always St. Patrick's Day. I'm watching this traffic at this intersection and it's intense. How these rigs get through here, I'll never know. So St. Patrick's Day is 2 days after. So it's contingent on when our birthday is. You can't go to Newport because it's the weekend and a parade and shit like that. So it depends. Sometimes we go before, sometimes we go after our birthday, but we always go to Newport for St. Patrick's, for our birthday and go to Brick Alley Pub for dinner. But sometimes, like TT, we went a couple years ago, I think 2 years ago, we went to the casino with the husbands, and TT and I are so funny at the casino. We're just like that, but we're out in the public and dressed up and drinking and being just menaces in public. This is the shortest man I've ever seen in my life walking in front of my car right now, who is not considered a little person. I would, he's so small and he's a grown man. I think we should do a meetup at the casino. We should do a meetup at probably like Plainville. No, that Plainville's boring. That's a boring one. That's like, no. And we can't go to Encore because that's too expensive and fancy. People come down to, let me go, get me out of here. Okay. We got to go to like the Tiverton Casino or the other one in Rhode Island. What's the other one? What's that called? That one's the big one in Rhode Island. That's loud and fun. I feel like there's not enough of space for the one in Tiverton. Maybe there is. I think that's where it would have to be. We just go have drinks and go have fun. TT crazy. TT would get so glammed up. She put in a special Sheen haul just for the meet and greet. Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't? I'm distracted because I've got to get on the highway. Once I get on, we're fine. Getting closer. Okay, we're good. I don't know where all of the besties are from and where you all are, but like, what's the one? What the heck is the? Jesus, what is the name of the casino in Rhode Island? Not the Tiverton one. What's it called? Lincoln. Is it Lincoln? I would not do a poll on this one. I'm going to be honest with you. It's the Twin River. It's the Bally's in Lincoln. And I would probably just do it there. They have a big bar. They usually have a band on like a Saturday. When Jeff and I have gone there, they have had a bar. And so I'd give you enough notice and you'd have to just come. I would never be able to coordinate everybody. And it would just have to be, we're going to be here at this day, at this time, and figure it all out and just go. Yeah, it's Twin River. It's Bally's, but it's in Lincoln. There's one in Tiverton and then there's one in Lincoln. Lincoln is the bigger one and they have music and stuff like that. So I think we should do that. I think we should do it the last week of January, the last weekend of January. Is that enough time? Or maybe February? I'm not sure. We'd have to just figure it out. And then if people go to, I don't know what these things are like meet and greet things. I don't know how that would work. I wanted to do one at the studio, but I don't have one of those anymore. So we have to do it out in the public somewhere. I've never been to Encore Boston other than for Governor Charlie Baker's farewell event we had there. And I've only been in like that one room. I've never been in the casino part of it. I don't know. I know you guys all went after the Wilbur, but we had a car accident that did not allow us to do that. TT was a good distraction while I'm on the highway to fill in the gap. Oh, and we called the kids. Hold on. Let me just think about everything I'm doing. I'm driving home. What do I have to do when I get home? I have no idea if Jeff is still in the chat. I have no idea if he acknowledged he heard where I am. Guy doesn't know where I am. The kids know where I am. I was going to call him, but if he was sleeping, I didn't want to wake him up. So I'm going to have to risk it. Plainville Casino had potential, and I have not been there since COVID. But during COVID, they were going to be opening a Barstool sportsbook there, and it never opened, and then it closed, and it was COVID. So I don't know what goes on up there, but there's no vibe up in that place. I have no idea. Where did Jeff and Jess go the other weekend? We were in Foxwoods. We went to Foxwoods for Jeff's birthday. I can see one comment now on the screen, just one at a time. Jeff said he was working. Is he working from home or is he working out of the house? We should go hike with goats in Johnston. I would need to know more information about that. Plainridge has sports betting. I know, but I live Barstool, and so I thought it was going to be a Barstool. It was a Barstool one. It had big, huge Barstool signs, insignias everywhere, and then it never opened because of COVID. And then when everything could open, they closed, and I never got to go. So. This is 4 hours of live stream. He didn't specify his location. Thank you. We'll know when I get home. How did I get here? I'm hungry. It's almost noon and I haven't eaten, and I'm getting a headache. Do I have any Tylenol in this car? Don't judge me. But if I haven't eaten since last night, all I had was my coffee. We have Tylenol. Also, Georgia was up and went back to sleep, so we've had zero productivity out of that one today. I get it, school vacation, but I have a headache and it's killing me right now. And I know it's related to not having anything to eat, but we're going to take one Tylenol and see if we can manage it until we get home. You son of a bitches, let's go do lunch. We're not doing lunch. Again, gentle reminder to the chat. I am not wearing a bra. Why is Bay Harbor Beauty asking where would I land, what airport? What's happening in this chat that I can't see? Maybe we need to do a little bit more of a plan. Maybe we should do it for March for the birthdays. TT, 50, it's our 50th. Maybe we should do a 50th birthday extravaganza. You know what my biggest fear? Nobody would show up. That is probably my biggest fear. I think it will be crippling and I will not be able to. This woman is trying to get into this lane. Stay the fuck over there. I think it would be crippling and prevent me from planning it because my biggest fear is that nobody would show up. Let's see if I get canceled between now and March. Let's just see. Let's see what the numbers look like going through January and February. If we're on the decline, what does 888 mean? Is that how many people are watching this right now? Sell out the whip. I've could never sell out anything. Can't sell out a neighborhood cookout. I wear a bra like 20% of the time. I have bigger boobs. I can't do that. We've been at a steady 3,200 on my side, I can see. So people are watching on Facebook or watching on X and then watching on YouTube. We've got a steady 3,000-ish here this whole time. You have double D's and you don't care. Do it in the spring, no snow. I feel like we should do it for our birthday. That would probably be the best. It would be the most, give people enough time. Give me an idea to figure out if people are actually like still into me or not. I'm not sure. I know you all like to chat, but I don't know. Will that translate into real life? You know what I mean? I'm not sure. We're not at that point yet. Yes, birthday might be it. I just saw the word cock in the chat. It's what? How? Oh, we have a police officer on my left-hand side. Just pull me over. We need it for the content. Meanwhile, I'm going 61 miles per hour on the highway in the middle with my hands tentative, bare knuckled because I'm scared about driving. One time I was on this highway and I saw a car. I'll never forget, it was a green Lexus LS 400. I used to have a gray LS 400. So I'm always partial to those cars. It was a forest green and it was driving extremely erratically all over, slowing down, speeding up. And so, say something, Jessica was like, I'm calling it in. So I call in 911 and I'm like, there is a car in front of me. It is swerving in the lanes. It just went. Now, this wasn't like maybe they're a little distracted. Like they were swerving all over. And so the 911 operator had me stay on the phone with them. And as I was driving, 2 state troopers flew past me and pulled them over. And I had to resist every urge I had to stop and ask, okay, what's happening? Why are they swerving like that? And the worst part was that I had to just keep driving and leave the trauma behind me. I wanted to stop so bad. And the 911 operator was not giving me that information. And so I got to basically facilitate this person getting pulled over by 2 state police officers. And I never got to know what it was about. And it haunts me. And it manifested itself into this live stream. I just wanted to know what went on. Was it drugs? Was it someone hitting somebody in the car? Was she drunk? Was she on drugs? Were her kids in the back and not in car seats? I couldn't tell. I have run every scenario through my mind. I have no idea what it was. But it happened right on this highway right here. This car's. I am really not a great driver. I'm very anxiety driven when I drive. I'm scared most of the time. I have a fear of car accidents. Not a fast driver. I'm driving in the middle lane the whole time. Guess where we are going to be passing right now? The exact spot where I want my billboard. We're going to be passing it in a moment. I will envision it as I'm driving past. Can you guys believe that Brian, just speaking of billboards, had that billboard that directed people to his website or whatever? That's crazy. And that he had that Enrique Delgado video and then he lied about it and never showed it. That's also crazy. Just speaking of billboards, just popped into my brain. This is the billboard. This one right here on my left-hand side. Oh, I cannot touch my phone. Sorry. But this is the billboard right on my left-hand side. I'm heading into Fall River. I'm on 195 West. And there's 2 billboards, one and another. There's 3 or 4, but it's this one right in front of the old incinerator. That's the one I want. It's Arrow billboards. That's the company Arrow. It looks, Fall River Ford has it right now. I'll take this one. Brian Cuna and Associates. Oh, that's also Arrow. They also own that one. I feel like that's not the one I looked up because Arrow doesn't sound familiar. I think it's this one, Clear Channel, I looked up. Anyway, then that one's digital. We're not doing that. Anyway, are digital billboards more money than the actual printed ones? You would think that it would be cheaper because it's not costing people money to go stand up there and put an actual printout up. The digital ones seem like they would be cheaper, no? Anyway, bye. See you soon, billboard. We'll do that together one day. We need to advertise this shit show for everybody driving by. Somehow we are back at the Braga Bridge. We're going over it. In one day, I've been under the Braga Bridge, and now I'm going over the Braga Bridge. Recently, there was a woman that got on the Braga Bridge right here going the wrong way. And there was video on Channel 10. Somebody driving exactly where I am right now had video of this woman driving on the other side. And unfortunately, she hit, I think, 2 cars and she passed away. But it was pretty crazy to think that somebody made it onto this bridge going in the opposite direction. Somebody had mentioned about me covering trials and stories. There is a story of a guy who on the other bridge I was on today was going in the wrong direction on Christmas Eve in Somerset, and he slammed into a car that had a husband, a wife, and their grandson that they were raising. All 3 of those people died in that crash. That guy is being charged for those deaths. He was drunk. He left a house in Somerset. And the family of the people who died are suing the homeowner, which is crazy, for over-serving him, I guess. But I don't know how that works. And then he's obviously got arrested. I was in court for his arraignment at the courthouse where TT works. And he had on a coat just like TT, actually. He's from this area, but he works for Google. Is it Google or Amazon? I have to go back and look at my notes. In New York City. And he was just here for holiday and got drunk and drove on the bridge and slammed into a family and killed them. And he's very, this is not as a reporter. This is not even as a commentator. This is me as a bestie chatting with you. He looked like such a fucking snob in court. He had like a cast on his foot because he went to the hospital or whatever. He looked like such a fucking snob. Like, I'm better than this town. I moved away. I make a lot. I looked up his job. I looked up how much money he made. He lived in New York City, I think, or whatever. And it was just like one of those people that just thinks that they are better than everybody back in the small town where they're from. And turns out you're not. Turns out you're a drunk. Turns out you're a murderer. And you and your fancy fucking coat and your fancy fucking New York job is nothing but a farce. And you're a loser. And you killed 3 people. Nothing for nothing. But like, I've never driven drunk in my life. I don't know how other people manage to do it. I just have it in my mind that that is a very scary notion and people will most likely die if I drive drunk. And so therefore, I don't drink and drive. I never have. One time I drank and I didn't realize that I couldn't drive. I probably could have. Fun fact, I was driving TT fucking home and I pulled over on the side of the road immediately and I called my ex and I was like, you've got to come and pick me up. I knew right then and there. And I probably only had like 1 drink, but I knew. Ooh, Tesla truck. It's the shiny one. There's one in my town. I just don't know how people drive drunk. I don't understand it. Like, how is this not ingrained in your brain that you can't operate a vehicle if you've been drinking? It's why, honestly, like, I drink less today than I ever did because when Jeff and I go out on Saturdays, Jeff wanted to have a couple of beers and I wouldn't let him drive. And so I would always stay sober so Jeff could drink. You know, I'm not a big drinker anyway, and that's not being snobby. Like, people who drink, I'm fine with it, but people who drink and drive, I'm not fine with it. I'm judging you. Don't fucking do that at all. Not even the slightest. Like, just don't. There's so many ways to avoid it. So this scumbag who's from Somerset, moved away, lives in New York, has a big shot job in New York City, comes back probably fucking so like shallow and doesn't know anything about himself. You know, and has to be flamboyant and be a dick to his family that still lives here. And drinks so much and gets into his car and slams into a family and takes the whole family out. Gross. Why am I seeing Jeff Stee in the chat? Is my husband in the chat? I just saw somebody say Jeff Stee. Either that or you're talking about me about him when help. Take lots of, is Jeff in the chat? Jeff's in the chat. He's here. I'm almost home. Somebody ask him if he wants, Jeff, do you need anything while I'm out? He is home. Thank you, Melmac. How the chat knows more about my house than I do is hysterical to me. I would feel a little guilty if this live stream went to like 5 hours and we just hit the 4-hour mark. I feel like I've lived a whole life since I started this morning with you guys when I was whispering about letting the dogs out. And we're almost home. I will tell you, I am basically going to go home, get myself ready for the day, and then I'm going to head to the studio and pack up some things and bring them home. What a good day. I think it's been a good day. We did a lot and accomplished a lot. I'm very grateful for the people who stayed and hung on. Actually, we've gone up to 3,500 people. We've gained a couple when we went through the Riv. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I would never leave you all without a visual of what's going on. I would never just do an audio version of this, but I just was not preparing to be on screen today. You need a nap now? Why didn't you get him some Chinese soup? I need to talk to Jeff and see what he needs. I didn't get him anything yesterday because I didn't really know where we were at with the sickness. The last time I saw the guy, he was going to work. I didn't know. You are blessed, Jess. Have a great new year. I hope you all have a really great new year too. Nobody helps me when I'm sick in this house. What a joke. Jeff is very clearly still very angry. And he's bringing that anger to my chat right now. Everybody, please give Jeff all the comfort that he needs right now. If he's lashing out in the chat, he needs support and love from all of you. So now I get it. Somebody just said, Jeff sounds like my husband. I get it. You may not extend that same kind of courtesy to your own husbands, but this is Jeff. He's your online husband. So just give him love and attention right now and soften him up because I will be walking in the door in about 3 minutes. So I'm going to need you guys to do the heavy lifting here so that when I walk in the door, he's not angry at me. There's a lady walking on Riverside Ave and she has on a Mickey Mouse coat, not a sweatshirt, a coat. It zips up. That is commitment. Jess should be called a priest for his life. Please, you're not helping anybody, Kristen. Do not Venmo him money. Look at this person coming down the road. You're on the wrong side of the road. Do not give that guy money. You were very generous for his birthday, and the haters hated that, by the way. They said that we were just grifting for Jeff's birthday. I can't. They get very jealous. They get jealous when you are generous with me and my husband. It eats them alive. All right, we are back at the house. It feels like a long time ago I walked down the street. There's a dog. Is it loose? Oh, okay. I just saw a dog and I just started to panic. I didn't realize it was with a person. All right, besties. I am back in the driveway where I was 3 hours ago. And I just want to say, Rat House Media is here? Perfect. Rat House Media, Danny, we are leaving this obscenely long morning 24/on/24 field trip. And we are ready to leave here. Is Rat House doing something tonight? What are they doing? Yes, the jealousy is crazy. When they see money and stuff like that, they get very, very jealous about that. Is Rat House Media doing some? Are you doing a live stream tonight, Danny? Because if you are, I wasn't going to host one, but I will come watch you. I'm not going to do one tonight. With Jeff being sick, I just thought it wasn't great. But if Danny's doing one, I will. He is perfect. So if you guys want to, let's go to Danny's tonight instead, and we'll all go hang out in the chat. It was a great morning. Thank you, Sean. We will invade. Yes. Oh my God, look at RBB telling Jeff, I'm running around with no bra. I've never left my car. Actually, that's a lie. All right, besties. Thanks. This was fun. I think. I'm not sure. I don't know if this is fun. We'll have to see. I'm not really sure if this is content. It's just my life. It is what it is. Bay Harbor Beauty says we're going to do a bunny invasion. I just want to say Happy New Year. I am not a real big person on New Year's resolutions. I resolved to say that I am going to stay the same bitch that I was in 2025. Nothing will change. I will not improve. I will stay the same person. We will still carry grudges and chips on shoulders. We will try to be funnier and we will try to do better content for you, but nothing will change. I will stay the same. I do not know if I'm going to do a polar plunge tomorrow. I may go witness one. If I do, I'll take you with. We'll do a 24 and 24 tomorrow anyway, because that's what we do. So we'll do it tomorrow. It's not the same as Christmas. So we'll do this again tomorrow. And then I'll see you guys in Rat House Media tonight, and we'll hang out in the chat for a little bit. I do really appreciate everybody. We just hit 3,600 people that are watching. How is this gaining? I just want to say, I'm like, okay. I find this, no self-deprecation. I find this to be very fun. Driving around, talking, sharing, and seeing you guys interact and get excited about things I'm doing and egging me on and helping like write the course for this show today was very fun for me. And I will never get over the fact that I get to do this for a job. And I'm very, very grateful for it. And I hope I don't fuck it up. I hope I don't fuck it up. But I just really think it has just been fun. And this is my work. And I've never had a job in my life aside from parenting that has been more fun than what I do. And so I'm very, very grateful for it. And I don't want to cry because they will clip it and they will use it. But I'm very grateful for this. And I'm very thankful you guys are here and chatting with me. It's fun and I really like it. And so thank you very much. I'm very appreciative of it. Have a good day, Bun Bun. Okay, we're getting off. And we'll see you guys later tonight. Happy New Year if you don't make it back, if you're spending it with your family or your friends. If you do, please be safe. I don't want people driving, and I don't want to ever wake up and hear bad news. And also, if you're alone, I just don't think you're ever alone. Even if there is no show with me or anybody else, you're never alone. And there's plenty of things to do. I'm big on puzzles. So get yourself some puzzles. And just do a puzzle and play some music, and that's it, and make a hot cocoa. You're not really alone, you know. God is always there, and you're never alone anyway. So, but we will have Rat House tonight, and you're hosting New Year's Eve. You didn't know, but you're hosting New Year's Eve, Rat House Media. Thanks for being the hostess with the mostest. We'll see you tonight. Bye, besties. This was fun. Thanks to TT for coming along and letting me drive her home. It was great content, and we'll talk to you guys later. Bye. I almost don't want to end it. You hang up.